Hello.
Hello and welcome to our meeting in the cloud. It is the University of Nigeria and Nsukka School of Postgraduate Studies workshop for PGC 601, Research Methodology and Application of ICT in Research, and PGC 701, Synopsis and Research Grant Writing. So I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on the reality of our time where COVID-19 has placed us in the cloud. And that's where we're having the first workshop of this nature, which the University of Nigeria School of Postgraduate Studies is organizing. We're sorry we're starting 9 minutes behind schedule. It happens sometimes when we're dealing with machines. Machines are not like human. So we're very sorry about it. My name is Ikenna Onwebuna. I'm the University of Nigeria orator, and I'm privileged to anchor this event in whichever way you can applaud. Go ahead and do it, electronically or physically. You're welcome. So we're glad we have you here, and we want to get straight into the program. Let me quickly introduce you to the program, and then we'll run it the way it is scheduled. The program of events for the opening ceremony and library trainings is what we are poised to execute now. We'll start with opening prayers. Thereafter, we'll give you a welcome address by the Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies. And then the Vice Chancellor's address will follow. And the Vice Chancellor will actually start the event. And then the workshop proper will flow with a talk, and then vote of thanks, and then the various sessions of trainings. There'll be 3 trainings today. First is training for University Library, and then a break. After that, the second training is for the University Library still, and then the third one is equally for the University Library. So we are glad you're here, and we say welcome. Now let's get in the mood for communing with God. In a brief moment, we'll have the opening prayer, which will be said by Professor Ibebike Udense. Professor Udense.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Please let us pray. We pray in the name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, we thank you very much that we are opportune to come into this new month, the 9th month in the year 2021, and we are kickstarting this year's PGC 601 and 701 workshop. We are grateful. Last year we were unable to do it because of the COVID, and this year we are privileged to have this opportunity to do it. Thank you very much for granting it. Thank you for sparing our lives. Lord, we commit this workshop to you. We ask that your presence will go with us from this beginning unto the 3rd day, that you give us grace, you give us insights, give us understanding, help our teachers to teach clearly, help us also to learn as they teach. Lord, we ask that you will bless us as we work together. Grant success all the machines we're going to be using. We ask that all of them will work well. We'll have no hitches whatsoever. That it will be a success at the end. Thank you, O God, for all the students who are near and far, who are connecting to this. Lord, bless each of them and give them success in their studies. To you be all the glory and honor. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
We thank Professor Ibebike Udense for that prayer. And we believe that by now we should be listening to the welcome address by the Dean of Postgraduate Studies. So let us appreciate Professor Romanus Ezokonko, Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, UN.
Good morning, everybody. It's a welcome address by the Acting Dean School of Postgraduate Studies, University of Nigeria and Soka, Professor Romanus Ezokonko, on the workshops on PGC 601, Research Methodology and Application of ICT in Research, and PGC 701, Synopsis and Grant Writing, organized jointly by the School of Postgraduate Studies and the Nnamdi Azikiwe University and Azikiwe Library, University of Nigeria and Soka, for the 2019-2020 fresh postgraduate students holding virtually from the 1st to 3rd day of September 2021. The Vice Chancellor, sir, all our Deputy Vice Chancellors, all Principal Officers of the University, Deans of Faculties, Directors of Centers and Institutes, Heads of Departments of Units, all teaching and non-teaching staff of the University, my dear postgraduate students of the University of Nigeria, great lions and lionesses, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the School of Postgraduate Studies, University of Nigeria and Soka, I warmly welcome you all to the September 2021 workshops on PGC 601, Research Methodology and Application of ICT Research for our fresh master's degree students, and PGC 701, Synopsis and Scientific Writing for our fresh post-PhD students. This is the 5th edition of the workshops and the very first to be organized virtually, essentially due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has taught the whole world the new ways of doing things. These workshops have become an annual event since 2016 and is compulsory for all postgraduate students in their first year of studies here. I humbly enjoin you to relax, pay great attention, and strictly follow the program of events carefully drawn for the 2019-2020 PGC workshops. May the good Lord guide you as you participate fully in this year's workshops. The School of Postgraduate Studies, with the backing of the University Senate earlier in 2015, revised the School of Postgraduate Studies students' regulations to accommodate the minimum benchmark, the National Universities Commission, NUC, to the fact that a three-pronged approach to studies in research methodology, whereby the courses PGC 601 and PGC 701 were introduced and taught at the departmental, faculty, and SPGC levels. This is to underscore the importance attached to these topics. Thus, in October 2016, the SPGS, with the collaboration of Nnamdi Azikiwe Library, organized the very first workshop in these courses to keep the fresh postgraduate students abreast with the international best practices in postgraduate education. The organization of these workshops has been improved upon since then, and this year's workshop, being organized virtually, promises to be better than the ones done before now. The philosophy behind the introduction of the workshops hinges on the School of Postgraduate Studies efforts to strictly key into its vision and mission statements, and that of the University of Nigeria and Soka, whereby qualified persons are attracted, educated, trained, transformed, and deployed to the forefront of research, teaching, innovation, and industry, leading to the speedy development of the key sectors of the world economy. By so doing, the dignity of man would have been restored. Once more, I warmly welcome you to the 2019-2020 edition, the workshops on PGC 601 and 701. God bless you all as you participate effectively in the well-packaged workshops. Thank you for listening.
We thank Professor Romanus Ezokonko, the Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies of the University of Nigeria, for that warm welcome address. Now we are sure we are welcome and we are poised to get to the very first beginning of the conference, we are in the domain of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Charles Arizochukwu Igwe. And we will be hearing his address in a moment. His address will be read by his designee, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Pat Uche Ukbuku. Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate the presence of Professor Pat Uche Ukbuku.
Good morning, all. The Dean of Postgraduate School, Principal Officers of the University of Nigeria, professors here present, University of Nigeria Rector, other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, lions and lionesses. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I want to welcome you most sincerely to this workshop designed to teach students research methodology and application of ICT, as well as synopsis and grants writing. This program was at the instance of National Universities Commission, but domesticated in the university because it is also in tandem with our own processes. PG program without research cannot lead you anywhere. That explains why today, by inviting you to build your capacity to ensure that you imbibe the processes and the rigor required to run a PG program in the University of Nigeria. Today, application of technology has become very critical in our processes. In the Vice Chancellor's mission statement indicated that before his tenure rounds up, he will run University of Nigeria through paperless administration. The implication is that the university will be technologically driven. And today, it appears that COVID has hastened that process. And that explains why today we are running this workshop using ICT. Today, we also run some of our programs in the PG school, along with other centers, using blended approach, both physical contact and the new technology, which we call ICT, are being embraced. So I want to encourage you to listen carefully to what we are doing today, because you build your capacity. Any PG student or even lecturer who does not have the capacity to conduct research may go nowhere. And I want to thank God for giving you this opportunity. Remember that research is a systematic process. It is not something you do haphazardly. And therefore, you must know the processes. And we have constituted a team of experts from our university who hold their heads high in research to give you the training required to ensure that you meet the demands of today and tomorrow and in the society at large. Today, research has gone beyond just mere practicals, to the extent that we now begin to embrace the use of softwares, use of certain ICT for data analysis, and even in data collection. Because I know that some disciplines use ICT. Sometimes they study, they collect their data used on research domains. So ICT domains to collect data and do the analysis. Even the software is also being used for analysis in other areas, as well as even in the computation and the writing of your references. So you need to know all that is required of you to enable you to work hard. And because research costs money, we normally give students the skills that will enable them apply for grants, because there are grants all over there, but you must be equipped to be able to attract support from funding agencies. At the end of this workshop, I believe that we have been equipped well enough to conduct researches and then write fundable proposals. That is why we are here. And the University of Nigeria is usually in the forefront in the effort to ensure that we do the needful in the area of research. Today, the University of Nigeria ranks amongst the best in this country, if not #1. Even if you look at all the indicators used in ranking, once it comes to research, University of Nigeria will appear #1. Today, we publish in highly rated journals, and we're also visible. So I want to encourage you to listen carefully and embrace all that you have been taught today. By the grace of God, you will be equipped to achieve results beyond your training. Learn more, build your capacity, and God will give you the opportunity. I wish you a happy deliberation. Thank you very much.
We thank the Vice Chancellor speaking through his designee, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration.
On this note, I wish to formally declare the workshop open. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, our dear Vice Chancellor, for declaring the workshop open. Now we are ready to take the very first straight talk to us as it concerns the workshop and as scheduled. From South Africa, we are going to have our press presentation on a major item in the program today. And we will be meeting in the cloud the first resource person who will be addressing us today as it concerns research at the postgraduate level. We're on cue right now to relate with Dr. James Carnival. Please make him welcome in whichever way you can, electronically or otherwise. Dr. James Carnival, we are happy you're here and you're welcome. We are listening.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Sure, we can hear you.
Great. It's nice to see all of you.
Same here.
Appreciate. Yeah, great. I'm from Sweden. I'm here in Sweden. This is Lund, Sweden. You are seeing, not South Africa. Just to correct that, right? And my name is James Carnival, and I'm the visiting professor at the School of Postgraduate Studies. I oversee research and academic writing within the research and academic writing mentoring unit of the PG School. And I first visited the university in 2018 and participated in the workshop. And since then, I've been participating in the workshop. And when I came to the university in 2018, I discovered that the school has no mentoring unit. And then, I asked them, you are doing research and academic writing. Where is your mentoring unit? They said, no, we don't have it. I said, why? They said, you don't have someone to manage and everything. I said, wow, that's not a problem. I have been in this training for people writing master thesis and dissertation for close to 30 years within the university. And that is my place. I don't mind. I can do my best to bring my knowledge to help the students of masters and PhD students to acquire the knowledge that they will require in the 21st century. And I've made it, I've determined that no matter what, I want to be a path to see the UNN get to the height of which they are hoping to get. And the good news, and I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all the organizers of this program who continuously support everything that will make it possible to host the program as scheduled. I want to thank the VC of the university for his interest in seeing that research and innovation are put in a top form, because they recognize that that is the way to go. I also want to thank the dean, even all the deans that I've served, that I've met, and even the present dean as well. He was so interested that I should come in, because when they send me a letter formally that is going to be physical, I said, I can't make it till October, because usually I come into Nigeria within October for the program. I have already bought my ticket and I will be there, but it cannot change. And then after they say, which hour? I said, that's the way to go. I said, why not? Send it to me. I will participate because I'm looking forward for it. So he was interested that I should come in, and then they sent me the link through NWC. He was the one who sent the link, and then I said, oh, that's fine, let's go. I am prepared to support the university. I'm prepared to support the students to acquire that knowledge that they will require, not only for today, but for the future and for their own professional excellence. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, and I appreciate that I'm invited, given the opportunity to be a part of this workshop. Thank you. Without wasting much of your time, I have 30 minutes to present what I have for you, but I want you to pay attention here. Before, I would like to share my PowerPoint. I hope the anchor person can make it possible for me to share.
Already enabled, Prof.
All right, correct. Okay. I'll get it there. Can you see my PowerPoint? Can all of you see the PowerPoint? Can you see that?
It's not here yet. Share, Prof. Share screen.
Can you see?
No, share screen before we see
Yeah,
it.
I want to share the screen now. Okay. Share screen. Okay, can you push it now?
Clearly, sir.
Oh,
Yes.
beautiful. All right, great.
This is a shot. So,
All right. Before I open all this to talk about the whole thing here, I have in the outline all 17 points here. But of course, what is here, it can be summarized in 3 key themes, which will help you to understand the essence of what you are doing today, and of course, what you are going to do to help you accomplish your first goal. Because I think that your first goal of coming to do masters and PhD is for you to be, you want to advance your education, right? and there's something you have in mind. And if I ask any of you now, there's something that you would like to say concerning that. And what I'm going to give you today is important tools that you will require to accomplish that you want to do from now to the future. And hence, if you look at it very well, you will see PG School Mentoring Unit. Many of you might not have heard of it, but you don't know that the university have tried to set up a program that will really help you. I'm not your lecturer. I'm not your supervisor. Mentoring is quite different from lecturing or supervising. It has a different role. It's a complementary role that will help anyone to really get to know how to do the research. What I do within this program is to help the students who are already, those that have already finished their coursework, because we have a working paper for it, who have started their dissertation or master thesis, to really understand when their professors or supervisors tell them maybe your research topic is too broad, or what are you writing, your objective is not clear. Most of the times, students ask a lot of questions when they start master thesis or PhD dissertation. Of course, it's applicable to the bachelor's, but we're not even going there. Because I found out that in the entire Europe, where I have been, and in the North America, everywhere, all the schools, they do have mentoring unit for the past 30 years. I'm surprised that in Nigeria, most of the universities, they don't have mentoring unit. I think UNN should be the first university now that have created a mentoring unit within the PG school. You should be very proud of yourself. That's why I thank the university administration, because if they don't consider it necessary, they would have done that. But they have seen the need. There's a need for mentor unit, research and academic writing. And they say, we need it. James, can you help us? Of course. Whatever it will take, I will be a part of it and I'll make it happen. And I did. So when I go through this, it's for you to get to know, how can I locate research and academic writing mentoring unit? How can I visit there? How can I communicate with the research mentor? This is the first thing you will like. I would like you to know. So what is here is not by presenting all this in one by one and get to the 17. It will take about 2 hours, but it's not. This is within 30 minutes we should be done. So what do we do then? Is to give these just tools, just like a carpenter. You need a chisel, you need a saw, you need a tape, you need the real materials to do the right work. And that's exactly what I'm going to give you here. So even if you copy all these things, I don't think that is helpful, if you like, but to note key things from this meeting that will help you to accomplish your objectives. Because the first thing is to write a good paper. Now, in the things that we have here, the 17 outline can be stated into 3 categories. One, the idea of research is to do what? Explore. You are coming to master degree level, to PhD. The first thing you have in mind is you want to explore. Of course, your bachelor degree should have been enough for you to do whatever you want to do. Why take master degree? Why go to PhD? Because you have interest to explore, right? The second thing is that you want to develop your competence. Because all what you have done in a bachelor degree is just understanding the anatomy of the subject area. that you have undertaken. And then for those going to the PhD level, they want to have that competence in order that they will be able to teach others. And for you to teach others, you must have the necessary tools that will enable you to pass knowledge to others. And that's exactly what this thing that you are going to learn from me, from all other persons that are going to present after me, all the workshop is, you cannot learn how to start analyze the whole data, statistical data, or research method. It's not about that you can learn today. It's just to have the tools. What are the tools? Who are the one that is giving this knowledge? How can I reach him? How can I, by what means? What are the things I require? Know that today. Because if you know this, then you know, okay, I can reach Conable through this means. I can send an email, I can send a WhatsApp, I can ask questions. That's what will help you. Whatever I present here today is not going to make you to become a good writer. No, but it helps you to have the tools that you require to do what you want to do. So, note important point here. Don't just come here because you want to register and you want your name to be counted as the one who participated in a workshop. Of course, it's number one that you participated, but it should go beyond that because this will help you for now and in the future. And that's, we go to the exploration. What you are doing now is to explore. And for you to start, you think about to develop a research plan. Most of these things, you might not be able to do it on your own. That's where you need a kind of a mentor to help you. To develop a research plan that is workable, that you can make use of. You need to understand the attributes of research and academic writing because people write every day. What is the difference from the papers people are writing and books in different form? They send that. What is different from that of research? What makes it different? You should be able to think about that. If you don't know, you need to inquire. And where do I get information? That's why it's all about to review what you know about methodology, research, and academic writing. Because you know that before, of course, from the bachelor level. But then you need to review what you know. And in order to advance to the next level. Because what you want to do is to advance to be able to accomplish bigger things. And then consider academic writing assumption. These are the things that it can only be done in the mentoring unit. Even if we stay here to talk it tomorrow, from now to tomorrow, how can I apply it? Because everything that will be taught here by different speakers will come down to what? To writing a research paper. It's the knowledge. The entire knowledge you gather will come into one thing, to write a paper. And how can you know how to do that? It might be so difficult if you don't have a contact with the people who can guide you and tell you that this is how it is done. I have done this for 30 years. And I understand. Your lecturers, your supervisors, there can be so many papers they have to read. And they will tell you, go and do this or go and do this. You are confused. Where do you go where you are confused? How do I find a solution to this? A lecturer might tell you that your research topic is not clear, it's too broad, it's ambiguous. But okay, what do? You are stuck. That's why you need a mentor to help you. Your supervisor might not be able to help you with all this. There are too many complex things he has to do. He has to lecture, he has to do all that. So find out today, where do I get it? I will go straight and show you the bottom of this PowerPoint so you can copy it down to help you. That's what I will let me scroll down for you, because the entire thing I'm going to talk today, it might not have meaning if you don't know what you're supposed to do. Look at here. Just know how to reach me. And If you have copied this, try to copy this within a minute. Copy it. This is very important for you. How to get me? That's my telephone number in Nigeria, when I'm in Nigeria. Although even if you ring down, I can get it, but I might not answer you, but I will see that someone is calling. Then look at the link. You can get this link when you get to the PG School homepage, and you can get research and research coaching and mentoring book at this. All other things you can need, but you can book a mentoring to book a time. Look at it. This link. You will get that within the PG School website. There is a time to book, and like as I said, I'm going to be in Nigeria by October, God willing. I hope to be in UNN as maybe by 10th or 11th of October, and then I will be able to see one-on-one. But of course, I have about 75 students right now. Some of them are doing PhD, some of them are doing their master degree. And then some of them have successful published in first-class journals. Even those that have changed the school because of insecurity in Nigeria have transferred. They transferred to ABU, University Zaria, because they cannot be, moving from the northern road to the east. I still help them because I made them in UNN. They still communicate to me, and I continue to guide them as they write their dissertation for their PhD. I hope you have gotten that. Sometimes I show you this, I don't even know whether you have gotten that. You can just raise up your hand that I've gotten that. There is a button you need to show me that, yes, I got that, right. Good. I can see that now. Good. Beautiful. Good. Then I return back to, because there's so many things to do. Then how do you know what you know? That's the key thing I talk to students often, those that are doing PhD, even master degree. How do you know what you know? That's the key thing that will help you to unravel the knowledge that is hidden from you. I will do that when you come to the mentoring unit. So make sure that you invite yourself the opportunity that is available and send a message and ask about what you don't know. All the people that are going to present today, note it very well. Ask them their contact if they never display it, because that's what will help you. Nothing they will teach you today will make you a writer. You are passing through orientation. This is what you are doing today, and nothing more than that. You cannot become a writer. The teaching, whatever you have had today, is because the professor is presenting to you his or her area of specialty for you to know. But you say, sir, can I contact you if I have a problem in this area, That's what will help you, not just about all these that you're going to hear today. Am I right? That's it. So note it. It's just a point for you to get it, to know what to do. It's the tools that will help you that I'm giving to you. So discover where the gaps exist. When you want to write an academic, they ask you, what is a gap? To make sure that you discover a gap. Many times students are confused. What do you mean by gap? How can I discover a gap? This thing can only be possible if I teach you now and I'm from here, from morning to tomorrow, you might not even understand. If you come to mentoring unit, it will be possible. I will be able to show you using your work, say, this is what this gap is all about. Am I right? Good. Then to develop a research topic is not easy as well, because you can develop a topic that you might never be able to explore. And then you will hear this, the teacher might tell you, or your professor will tell you, oh, your research topic is so broad. It's so, how can you don't even understand what they're talking about? That's what we'll be able to help you with, to understand what it means that a research topic is too broad, and to how to develop a good research topic. That's what you need. And you will know using some certain tools we call practice evaluation. I'm not sure how many of you that have ever practiced evaluation, right? Evaluation is very, very important. You have to practice. To practice evaluation, it means you should be able to criticize someone's paper, academic paper. That means seeing what is positive and negative about the paper and what makes it positive and what makes it negative. If you cannot have the capability to criticize someone's paper, you cannot be able to write a good paper yourself. That's why when person like me, I review a lot of papers because I'm a reviewer. I review a lot of academic papers. So once I see a topic, I see where the problem lies. But students will read literatures. They don't even know what is wrong with the literature. And they just go ahead and quote and copy without even knowing whether this author is competent or not. This is what I'm going to help you with at the mentoring unit. Because I have determined that I will do that for the UNN. I'm teaching in the London University for years. I'm in charge of facilitating academic and research papers, helping masters and PhD students in diverse fields of their own discipline. So why not I can do that in my own country, Nigeria? Then you have to know how to engage the object of your study. So all these things I mentioned here, that's why I say it is a tool for you. It's just a tool for you. But all this tool that is here, you need to understand how it works. If they give you a scissors and they tell you how it works, you might cut off your hand. So you need to know how to use the scissors. That's what I'm going to do. And then have a basic research plan. Then you have to know your roles in the research process. Some people don't understand their roles and that of their supervisor. So it can be conflicted. But in the mentoring unit, you can be put through how all these things are done. That's why I'm surprised that in the university in Nigeria, I think UNN should be the first one that I know that have a mentoring unit in postgraduate school. But for 30 years, mentoring has become a mandatory in every university. Because how can the students understand so many things that goes on? This is what we're going to teach you. So these are the things that are the key things that you should know. Even I would have liked to answer your questions. If you put question on the chat bar, I can see it to try to answer your question. Because going through all these things might not help you so much. But that's why I'm giving you the basic foundation of what we're going to do. So if you have a question, you can just put it in the chat box and I can try to answer it. Okay, one person asks, please could you show the last slide of the website? I was thrown out because of poor network. That's no problem, I will do that. Quickly, I will return back to the last slide so you can see that. That is it now. Hope you can see that. Yes. So hope you can see that. If you are done, just tell me done. Because these are the things you need. You need to ask questions. Because I just have 30 minutes to present this. There's no way I will do magic and present everything that is here, but just to give you the tools. And it is in the mentoring unit that you will get these tools yourself, and you will be able to appreciate that and continuously working on your papers.
Done.
Good. And we go back. Somebody ask a question here. Let me see. Okay, somebody asked, how can you know? That's exactly what I'm talking about. How can you know that his or her research paper is not researchable? Exactly. How can you know? That is what I'm presenting, what I have given to you here is frequently asked question of students for 24 years. Before I make up this PowerPoint, it's frequently asked question by the students. This is exactly what is here. So to know that, you must first of all be able to know your objectives. How can you know that you're deciding what are your objectives? That means the objective is telling you how are you going to go about this, researching this. How feasible it is. If you don't have a good objective, how can you have a good topic? And a good topic should also bear the thesis, the main core. A good topic should relate to that, the key objectives, and also is to reflect the gap that is existing in the field that you intend to research. Right? So that is why it is essential that you visit mentoring unit. I'm not your lecturer. You don't be afraid of exam. I'm not going to set exam with this thing that is on the PowerPoint. I'm not going to grade you. It's just to help you to do the right thing, to prepare yourself for the economy of the 21st century. Whether you work in Nigeria, or you work in Canada, or you work in the United States, or you work in Great Britain. So the tools I'm going to give you is the tools to equip you, empower you to do the right thing, even if you want to establish your own business as an entrepreneur. What I'm going to give you will help you and position you. And that's what we do in the mentoring unit. It's indispensable. So that's why it's not something that you just get just by doing anything you want. Because the idea of research is that we say science. You're hearing it, science. Everybody will say it is science. Evidence-based is science. It's systematic science, logical. But when someone has said all this, evidence-based, what do you understand by evidence-based when you write a paper? What do you understand by systematic when you write a paper? What do you understand by logical when you write a paper? We are just talking here separate needs from fact, superstitious beliefs, fake news, and rumors. How do you know that? This is what we put through in the mentoring unit. You can see I have less than 5 minutes to go. You can see that we cannot be able to cover all this. Science is a quest to discover, and that's what you have come to make a quest. That's why I told you about exploration. By the time you explore, then you develop your competency. That's what it's all about. So whatever you listen to today will equip you to get the tools you require. It's not the thing that we just help you, bam, before daybreak, you start writing a paper. No, to get you prepared. Know what you want and get it when you need it. That's why I first of all gave you the contact. It's free for you. I'm in Sweden, but I attend to students from all over the world. So there is no barrier. You can communicate to me through WhatsApp, through email, through anything, but I will always be in Nigeria for 6 months of the year. This is my own sacrifice I can do. I don't know any other sacrifice that is greater than that. I have to forget every payment, salary, and everything in Sweden, and I have to be in Nigeria and do this job, not for money. It's because of my own determination that I have to contribute there, because the university cannot afford to pay me 1 month salary that covers my 1 month salary in Sweden, but I forget about it. So take that opportunity. Don't miss it. Don't. Write, communicate, visit mentoring unit. Ask, you shall receive. That's very important. So when we talk about research, you say communicate your finding to wider audience. Research demand applied research topics, not just writing any topic. You need applied research topic and then somebody don't know what applied research topic is all about. Applied research topic is simply about the topic that you can be able to operationalize. Whether you work in the bank, you are going to work in the healthcare and everything, can this thing be operationalized? Can it be put forward and it can be operationalized? It can yield a result. That's why they tell you that you publish in high impact factor journal. What is high impact factor journal? It's a journal that the policymakers will come and read and take information they got there to make a policy. Can someone read their paper and use it to do policy? That's why they ask you to write a paper that can be published in high impact factor journal. Do you understand me? So then you need an applied research topic in order to publish in a high impact factor journal paper. Get me right. Many of the high impact is not the same. There are categories of high impact factor journal paper that exist there. Some exist for money making. That's not really journal. I have to be very frank with you. Even the so-called high impact factor journal, there are so many of them. It has classes. So it will demand your writing competence. That's what the science demands. A systematic writing, mistakes, not allowed. And you don't know what we mean by a systematic writing mistakes, not allowed. There is a mistake that is systematic. There is a mistake we call error. That is different from error and a systematic mistake. It's not allowed. This is how we show you when you visit mentoring unit. I don't have much time again. In any case, every methodology you are going to hear today and everything, we are talking about what you call ontology, epistemology. I don't know how many of you that have heard the terms ontology. I don't know how many have heard the term epistemology. This I will explain if you are in the mentoring unit. And that's why I have been pushing the authority, pushing the VC and whoever that is in charge, say that you need to make a place specified for the mentoring unit because this is very important for the student and they need to get it from me. Because I love that they have together. We cannot build an innovative economy without students being competent in these things. Okay. We talk about research, to discover and everything. Okay, I think the time is over. So this is 30 minutes is over, and I hope that I will see you, all of you who have taken the information down and to visit mentoring unit and also to communicate with me at your own convenience. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Conable, and thank you, our participants. You can agree with me that it's been a passionate, energy-laden presentation, and we can understand that when you have passion for what you're doing, at any time you're called, you let that passion drive whatever it is that you're doing. And we have seen that in the presentation just ended now. We appreciate the presentation by Professor Conable, and we thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay. We will call you back when next we have an assignment such as this, because you know you will always deliver. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
And our regards to your neighbors in Sweden.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful day.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, we're making progress. We will be taking vote of thanks from the chairman of the workshop committee, and that will happen in a short moment. Remember that after this vote of thanks, we will go for a break and we will come back, a very short break. When we come back, we will take the first training by the University of Nigeria Library, that is the Nnamdi Azikiwe University of Nigeria Library. And that's when we will have a session. And in that session, you will be opportuned to make your contributions also. Thank you very much. we let you through the vote of thanks, and that will happen in a short while. Okay. The chairman of the workshop committee is Professor Uchechukwu Okoro, and I invite you to welcome him. In a short while, you'll hear his voice and you'll see his face. Welcome him in whatever way you can. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure having you online this morning. Let me first start by giving my appreciation to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Charles Arinze-Chukwuigwe, and his team for the opportunity to host this workshop online. This is the first time we are holding this workshop in this format. I hope that in no distant time, if the COVID is over, we'll return to the normal in-person activities. But for now, the workshop is completely online. Well, I want to appreciate members of my committee that have worked relentlessly to see that this project is moving seamlessly. I appreciate all of them, the gentlemen and ladies who have devoted their time to see that this project is a success. I also want to appreciate all the resource persons, starting from Professor James Konebo, that spoke to us from Sweden this morning. Professor Konebo has been an ally in this project for quite some time now. I have worked with him, and you can see the passion with which he delivers his lectures. He is available 24/7 for all students of the University of Nigeria that are pursuing postgraduate program to have contact with him. Just pick his email address. You can also chat with him on WhatsApp. He's always available and willing to deliver. When you hear the name Professor James Konebo, you may think he's very far away. He's one of us here. And he's an indigenous of Enugu State. So that I want you to know that. It's just that he has been quite away from the country. So I hope appreciate all the students of ours who made it possible for us to be where we are now. And the last, but not the least, the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Ezokonkwo, who is, indefatigable. And he has been quite, accessible and helping to see that the School of Postgraduate Studies is running seamlessly. We have been working with him since he took over the mantle of leadership of the School of Postgraduate Studies. And once again, I will say thank you to all members of my committee. We have come a long way, and I'm quite confident that we are going to deliver. Thank you, and remain blessed.
And we thank Professor Uchechukwu Okoro there. Having thanked all of us, it is proper that I do our own thanking on your behalf to the chairman of the workshop committee, Professor Uchechukwu Okoro. Yeah, I did tell you that after this vote of thanks, we will go for a short break, and then we go straight into the training proper. for this first segment of the program. We are over 410 attendees, and the number is still going up and coming down. We understand this. As the technology undulates, we also go along with it. And now we will take a short break. Don't go away. Don't even log off, because the break will not be a long one. We are poised to deliver on the very first training session, which is coming from the Nnamdi Azikiwe Library, University of Nigeria. Thank you for staying with us, and please don't go away. In a short while, we'll come back. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. We are glad that you're still tuned in, just like we requested. Incidentally, some people have logged out and we're inviting them to log in again because the very first training is poised to come your way. Please take 1 minute to log into the meeting as attendance will count, please. So look around you. If there are people who have logged out, ask them to log in again because we're taking attendance and all that will count to your participation. Thank you. We will be taking the first training now, which is based on the activities of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Library of the University of Nigeria. Our resource person for the first training is Dr. Scholastica Ofoma, and she's ready to do her presentation. Let us welcome her.
Good morning. Good morning, the professors here present, the lecturers, staff, and the students. You're all welcome to our discussion this morning. The first presentation we'll have is we'll look at the library resources available in the library for your research. So before I start, I would like you, if you have any question as the presentation goes on, just feel free to use the chat box, write your question, I will attend to them. But first of all, we'll look at access to electronic resources. We'll run through how these materials, where we can get them, and then also the type of site strategies we can employ when we want to do our research. So this is my email address if you need a further discussion, or you can as well come to the library. If you come to MTN Library at the basement, we'll still attend to your request if you have any. The outline, we'll look at electronic resources, look at some of the access we have to them. Some of them are open access, while some are secured. Then we'll also look at the search strategies. We can perform simple search, the result we'll get when we do that. Then how to modify our search so that we'll get the right results. And then how to evaluate your search, because not everything you see on the web is you can make use of them. No, you need to evaluate and know the source of that particular material before you can use it for your academic writing. Then we also learn how to perform advanced search and then create Google alerts to help us keep track of publication in our own different areas, where subject areas. So these are some of the things we go through. After this, we'll have a discussion, kind of question and answer, a practical session of it to do some of these things. So we will discuss. Then the second session will look at Turnitin for similarity check. So these are all the things that we need to learn that will help us do our research and achieve good results. So at the end of this presentation, you are expected to identify the online resources available at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Library. Then also expected to mention some of the search strategies you can adopt in searching for information resources. At least you can go home with creating a Google alert That one we all do it hands-on, and then you can create your own alerts so that anytime there is any material related to your research area, it comes to your mail, and then you access that, and also keep a folder files for your articles you will use. Then you also learn how to analyze your Turnitin reports, because it's very, very important. In the last presentation, I saw a question somebody asked, at what point can you paraphrase and you say it's plagiarism? We also look at some of those issues. The introduction. In research writing, it is important to know what other writers have written in your field or subject area. That will help you to create the basis for your own research. And there is a saying that if you have to see further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. You need to read what other researchers, what other writers in that area, because you are not the first person to research into that particular area. So you need to go back, look at literature that exists in that particular area, and then know what they have written. That will help you build up on your own literature and also create the gap which your study will fill at the end of the day. Failure to do that, you find out that you may have some problem along the line. So therefore, it is important that we know how to get to the shoulders of these giants through their works. These works can be in print or in electronic formats. Like in the library, we have print materials. We also have online resources. So if you come to the library, you can make use of the print resources. Then the online resources, you can access them from wherever you are. You don't need to come to the library. All you need to do is to know the type of access available for that particular material, whether it's IP-based, that is when you need to use the university internet, or it's a password-based, then you need to ask for the login details for you to do that. So as a postgraduate student, you are supposed to use the university library. Once you register as a student, the library is there for you. All you need to do is to come to the library. They'll tell you the requirements, what you need to provide, and then they give you a card that will enable you, when you want to borrow a book, you're free to borrow, and then they'll tell you the period, month or 2 months, you use it and return. You don't allow the book to stay, or else you pay fine. Then we also have the reading areas. If you want to stay there and read, you're free to make use of the spaces available. So you can come in with your materials or with your laptop. We have different areas where you can stay and use them. You sign in. If you want to download, you do whatever you want to do. And then if you also need assistance from the library staff, they are there for you to assist you. So there are so many other services available there, even the Turnitin that we'll look at today. If you need such service, feel free to come to the Nnamdi Azikiwe Library and approach maybe you go to the circulation section or the reference section. They will direct you where you get where you achieve that particular objective you have in mind. So to help you complete your program within the stipulated period, ensure you make good use of the library. The library is there for you. Electronic resources. These are resources that are accessed via the internet. They are online. Many of them are online, they're on the internet, but there are some that is just one that is on local internet. These things are made available based on the MOU, the agreement with the publishers. Because many of them will prefer you keep it within your local area network, and then some of them will also allow you to have access to them on a wider area network. So some of these materials are free, while some need authentication. By that, I mean, when they are free, you don't need any login details, you don't need any password or username, or even an IP address, maybe to use the University of Nigeria internet IP. No. You can even use your data anywhere you access them. And this open access, open resources or free resources as we refer to them, does not mean that they are maybe of low quality. No, some people have that notion within them. It's not true. The reason is that most of them the authors or even organizations, they pay the publication fee, and that makes them available for you to use because they want to encourage research. So feel free to make use of some of these materials. All you need to look at is make sure it's a reviewed material that will help you in your research, not anything you see on online that we use. Like in your research at this stage as a PG student, many of you tend to use Wikipedia, though you may get information from it, but for your academic work, I don't think you need to use that. So look for materials, peer review the articles, textbooks that will really help you. Then restricted or secure resources. These ones you need to have the username and password, or it may be IP-based. That is, you need to use the UNN internet before you can access these resources. Like I said earlier, it's not that we decided to make it that way. The publishers most times insist on that because they want to know who and who makes use of their resources. And also when there is any abuse, they will be able to trace where this comes from. So that is why you need to adhere to this. So in that case, if you are not within the internet, UNN internet range, you can make use of the free or open access resources. You'll still get materials. So these resources, they have so many advantages, unlike the print resources. They are easy to access. Most of them, the website, they are user-friendly. You can easily navigate, do your search, download or print, as the case may be. It's round-the-clock availability. You can access it, you can wake up maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m., just once you have internet access, you go online, download whatever you want to download. You don't need to say, okay, the library is still closed. I can't do my research now, no. Just have access to the resources from wherever you are. And you also know the situation we are in now, the new normal. Most of you find it difficult maybe to travel from Lagos or Abuja, wherever you are, to come down here. But once you have your internet, you can still access the library and download the materials you need. Then multiple access. Even 30,000 of you can access it at once. You don't need to say somebody borrowed the materials, maybe let me wait for the person to return it before I can use them. No. It's not even located at a particular place, so you can access it from anywhere you are. And then the search and browse facility is user-friendly. So once you have any challenge, you can find your way, navigate and find your way out and move on. Sources of information. When you come to the library, we have different types or different sources of information. We have the interviews, original experiments. We have the secondary sources, that's academic books, journals. Then we have the tertiary sources, the encyclopedia, the bibliographies. Like if you come to the library, if you want to access the encyclopedias, you need to get to the reference section. That's where you have these materials. They are the tertiary sources. Maybe if you want to start your research, you don't know much about that topic, you may consult the encyclopedia that will give you an idea, a guide of what that particular topic is all about. Then you now decide from which perspective you now tackle the topic. You can also make use of the indices. They will help you, direct you to other sources you can also use that are related to that subject area. Then the academic books and peer-reviewed journals, these are the ones you can use when you maybe want to do your introduction, literature review, as the case may be. So we'll have them, we'll have the books in the open shelves, we'll have the journals, serial section. Then we'll also have the digital library services unit, where we have systems. If you don't have your own system, you can access the online ones. Then if you have your own, we also have a space where you can stay and use your system. So the primary sources, the interviews, original experiments, Most of them, you find out that when you're doing your research, there are certain information you need to go direct to the source to interview the person so that you get the original information direct from the person. When you go to Africana section, there are some documentaries we also have in the library. If you need such information, just all you need to do is to ask a librarian that will assist you and direct you to where you get such information. So these are relevant sources you can consult as a researcher in writing your research work. In writing your research report, it is important to know where to access these materials, like I said, so that you don't waste your time moving up and down the library without achieving anything. Types of access tools. We have different access tools, such as the catalog cards or discovery tools. You know, before we start automation using the information technology to render our services, we make use of the catalog cards, whereby you go to the catalog cabinet to search for the cards to know whether we have the book in the library. But today, though we still make use of the books, the catalog card and the discovery tools, you can search through our library management system to know whether we have that particular book in the library or not. So when you come to the library, if you cross the porter's desk, we have systems there where we call the opaque area. So you use those systems and then search if those materials are available in the library. Or you can also do it from your home. I'll show you how to navigate from the university websites, how you can do the search. Then we also have databases available we can use. We also have our repository, that's institutional repositories. The repositories contains the research publications of the staff and also students from this university. We have articles, we have your thesis and dissertations. So that when you finish your own research, we'll have a copy of it and we'll upload it online so that other people will also read through what you have written. So we also have indices. They will also give you details of other materials that exist in that particular area. They will also have search engines. You can also access materials through search engines like Google Scholar. Google Scholar is good. You can also use it instead of Yahoo search or ordinary Google search. Maybe when we get to the practical session, you discover the difference between the two of them. Then evaluating your information resources. As a researcher, when you are assessing any material, like I said, you don't need to take anything you see online. You say maybe you access it from the net, it's authentic or whatever. No, you need to look at that material a second time. Who is the author of that material? Is that person from an institution or from where? That will give you a guide to know from what perspective that person is coming from. Is it from political angle or is it maybe to share knowledge? Then the educational background or experience of that person. There are some people, when you come to your discipline, you find out that you have renowned authors in your discipline. Maybe when you're doing a research or you're writing on a particular topic, your supervisor or your lecturer may ask you to look for social material, that you need to consult that material and read, because he or she knows that that person is a renowned researcher in that area. He has written a lot in that particular area. So you don't just pick any author, or maybe he or she, your lecturer may be particular about that article or that writer, so as to help you, give you a guide on what you're writing on. Then area of specialty of that person is important. Let's take, for instance, somebody in engineering, maybe writing a book on, maybe let's say medicine. You need to look at the two, whether that person is his area of specialty or not. So these are some of the things you look at when when you access materials online, and that will guide you to evaluate them. Then looking at the accuracy, is the information based on past. You know, these days, a lot of things, a lot of information, they are out there. Some of them, they circulate it through the social media platform, through WhatsApp, Facebook. They will write and they will tell you, maybe this is the information is from the right source. But when you look at that, when you read through it, you ask yourself, this information, is it based on past, or the person is just, maybe it's just on propaganda, or maybe trying to write somebody down? So when you look at that, that will now help you to say, no, for my research work, I don't need to put such information there. You need to look for academic work. Is it published in a peer-reviewed journal? It's also very important. You know, these days we have pediatric journals, a lot of them exist. So when you also download it, make sure you access the right journal articles. Go to their website. If you are in doubt, maybe you can look for the ISSN number. But if you're in doubt of all this, the library is also there to help you, so that you access materials from the peer-reviewed journal articles. And also that will help you when you want to publish your own. You also avoid these pediatric journals. You don't patronize them. So you know where to publish and the journals you need to submit your publications when you have any of them. Then when was the last updates of that particular site? You find out that many websites, when you look at the down page, you see that their last updates may be maybe 10 years ago or thereabouts. Then I will now tell you the type of information you have there, because they're not really maintaining their sites. And then how accurate is the information on the web page? You talk of the objectivity of that particular article. How objective is the information? Do you have any information about the publisher? There are some websites, even they may call themselves, they may go a journal or whatever. But when you open it, you can't find any information, the publisher, maybe even the editors, you won't get such information. So that will tell you to be careful what you access or download from that site. Is there any political undertone there? Is this informing or persuasive? So we have to be careful when we download our materials, because you know this work, your research work, at a point you need to certify that it's original work, that you did the work. So when you cite, you also need to be careful that you get materials that you can also verify their source. Then the coverage. Is the coverage basic? Did they provide any link that explains the coverage? Because when you get to journal sites, many of them, they will tell you the coverage, the scope. And so that you know, actually, okay, this particular website, this particular journal, maybe their area of their scope is culture or indigenous knowledge. If they specify their scope, you find out that most of the materials they have on that site will revolve around that area. But not a website that, or a journal that says, okay, their scope is in culture. You find out something, maybe article that doesn't have any relationship, anything to do with culture. There, then you now ask yourself the question whether you use that material or not. Then currency. This is another important area. When you're doing your research, please try and assess current materials. Don't just look at it, though it depends on your subject area and what you're writing on. Maybe if you're doing history, especially those in the history or even physics sciences, though many of them still make use of materials published in the 60s and 70s. But then, depending on your topic, you need to go for current information. Even if you use those old ones, you still need to get the current trend so that you can look at previous cases or situation, as the case may be, and then compare it with the present situation. That will now help you to move forward. Then what of the links? Are they updated? So you need to be careful from what source you access materials and then how you make use of those materials. In doing your research, you can use Boolean operatives. This helps you to reduce or minimize the extent of irrelevant materials or noise, as you may call them, you retrieve when you access the website. Like if you're searching for materials online, maybe you say political propaganda in Nigeria. You can combine the two concepts. You can use AND to combine them. When you combine them, you find out that it will reduce the amount of results you get. That's you're more specific. You have limited yourself that you want this as it pertains to Nigeria, not the whole world. So that will reduce the amount of results you will get. Unlike when you said this or this, that encounters for synonyms, you find out that it will retrieve both concepts and to increase the amount of results you get. In that case, you need to take time to modify your results, or you sift through what you have retrieved so that you can get the results you want. Then you can also use not to exclude. Maybe there are some keywords or some concepts you don't want to appear in your results. You use not to exclude such concepts from your results. And it also helps you to reduce the noise or the amount of hit you get from the site, from the website, so that you now limit yourself to the ones you want. Because you have instructed the system, and you know the system is garbage in, garbage out. So if you give the system the right instruction, it will retrieve the right result for you. But if you give the wrong instruction, you get also the wrong results. So we need to be careful when we do these things. We can also perform a simple search by using keywords, using subjects or title. This is a Dual interface. Director of Open Access Journal is an interface. Assuming you want to do a simple search, you find here, it says in all field, once you type the concept you want to search or the phrase, you can select in all fields, or you click on this drop-down button, then specify exactly whether you want it in all the fields or maybe title, depending. Then you click search. If you click on search, the system is to search through the database and retrieve any article that's where you have that particular concept there. So when you retrieve search, maybe most times when you do a simple search, you normally get a lot of results, that the hit will be too much. So you may tend to reduce the number, maybe to limit yourself to the specific areas or the specific subject areas you want. So in that case, that may entail that you need to modify your results. But if you can skip through them, check through them one after the other, you can do that if it won't take you time. Like this particular page now, where we are now, you find out that this is a search. Then you have the result is out here. We have 21,987 results. You need to modify your search, maybe by relevance or by dates. All you need to click is click here where you have sort by, and you get the drop-down button open, and then you select and modify your results. You can also modify by the subject area. Maybe they say, I want it as it relates to agriculture or to education. So all you need to do is to just check this box. You move down here and modify. It will still reduce the results. You can also modify it based on journals, the type of journals you want to search within them. Maybe let's say nutrition, sustainability, Journal of Functional Foods, as the case may be. You just check the box by the side of each journal you want to search within, you want to get the results from. You can also modify by year of publication, assuming you want recent publications. Then you scroll down. You have 2022. Some journals do that, they publish ahead. You have 2021, you have 20,071, 20,071, sorry. You have 2020. So you may decide to limit your search, maybe let's say from 2017 to 2020. And that gives you recent materials for you to do your research. So you don't need to say that maybe it's difficult for you to get current materials or what for you to do your research. No, it's just because you have not tried. But if you try it, modify your search, limit it by year, by journals, by subject area, you find out that you get the exact results you want. And then when you get them, you download them, save it on your system. So our third presentation will be on reference management. That will give you a guide that you can even save them online and access them whenever you want to use them. So the resource person will take you through how to manage your references so as to help you keep track of all the materials you've downloaded for your research. Then in advanced search, there's also another search strategy you can use. In this case, you need to specify exactly the type of information you want to retrieve. Whether it's PDF document you want, or PowerPoint presentation, or MS Word, the year, the language. Like we have, this is an example of an advanced search Google page. Here, you need to specify if you want all these words that you type here to appear in your results, you use this field. If you want the exact word or phrase, you use this field. Or if you say the system should retrieve any of these words that you type here, when you retrieve your article, to still retrieve it for you, use this phrase, this field, sorry. So when you are done with that, you also specify the range, number from range, maybe you say from 1 to 50 or whatever. Then you indicate the language. It's important because so many articles are online, both those written in English language, French language, Spanish. So they are all online. If you want to retrieve only English language, just click on this drop-down button and select English. If you want it from Africa or the whole world, you can leave it at any region. But if you want to specify that this is from Africa or from Nigeria, just use this drop-down button and then select Nigeria. So that when you retrieve that article, it will just center on issues pertaining to Nigeria. It won't give you anything outside Nigeria or Africa. Then you can also indicate the time, last update. Maybe you can say, maybe publish last month or last week, because we have a lot of materials that come out each day. So you can also indicate the format here, whether it's a PDF or PowerPoint, or if you want any format, no problem, the system will retrieve any format for you, then you now see the results. You can also decide to indicate the site domain. By site domain, you find out that when you type, maybe you say you use AC, you find out that it's academic sites. Then when you use Yahoo or NG, so that will also tell you the type of material the system will retrieve for you. So you have to be careful, what exactly do you want? And then they will know where to get them. Then when you are done with setting up all these parameters, you click on Advanced Search. The system will search and retrieve the result for you. Assuming you are not okay with the results, you can still modify your search. There's a button that will appear by the side where you can maybe do further modification either by year or whatever parameter you want to use. This is a Google Scholar page. you want to create a Google alert, I always encourage people to do this because it helps you to keep track of materials that come out that are published in that your research area. But the only thing you need to do is, maybe you can create a separate email whereby, because in a day, you may get up to 30 or 40, depending on the rate of publication. So you don't flood your email. Maybe if it's a regular email, you can have 2 email addresses and then use one to create this alert. So for you to do this, it's very simple. We'll do the practical aspect as well. Let me just run through this. All you need to do is to go to a Google Scholar page. When you're on that page, you see this arrow here, you click on this. When you click on it, it will expand and bring you all these sub-menus here, my profile, my library, alerts, metrics. Then you click on alerts. It will show you if you have an existing alert, maybe assuming you want to keep track of publication on COVID-19. If you have created it before, you find out that a lot of publications on it will be in your mail. But if you have not, just click on this alert. Once you click on it, it will open this field for you, whereby you type your query, alert query up, then write the email address you want that alert to be received. You will receive that alert. Once you type that email address, you click on create alert. Then this is the alert query, the email, and then you click. That's how it will look like. Because once you click on create alert, this is what you have, and then you create your alert. Just go and sleep. After a day or two, in short, a day, or even before the end of that day, you can check back and see how many that you've received in your mail. So if you need any of them, all you need to do is to click on the link. It takes you to the website. You download the article if you have access to it, because it will keep track of both those that are in open access and those that also in paid resources. So that if you have access to them, you can also download them and save it on your desktop or your hard drive. So this is the UNN website. This is how you navigate to get to the library resources. I hope you are all familiar with the website. I know many of you registered from that website, so your registration was done online, even your screening exam, so you should be familiar with the site. Once you get to the university website homepage, you see the sub-menus. There you have home, academics, administration, libraries. Just pass your cursor over the libraries, it will expand. You have Nanda Azikiwe Library, EBSCO host eConnect, publications, online resources, Turnitin, library journal, institutional repository, research get present. So these are all the sub-menus under libraries. So when you click on online resources, you will see a page like this, whereby you have the resources. Many of them are IP-based, some of them are open access, some of them are also paid resources. So depending on the ones that are available, you can make use of them, download them, and save the material. And also another thing is that you find out that many of these resources, some of them are also subject-based, like PubMed Central, mostly for health and related fields. So you know your own discipline will also guide you to know which database to use. Like Science Direct is more general, covers different fields. It's not related to any particular subject area. So both sciences, arts, education, you can access materials from them. Even Directory of Open Access Journals, mostly those of them in the arts, social sciences, education, you can access materials there. So all you need to do, just at your own convenience, and just play around with some of these databases and know which of them that will be useful for your own subject, for your own discipline. So, like a word of caution, We must develop the habit of reading through articles we download for our research work to ensure we produce original works. This is one of the challenges most students face. We're always in a hurry to start writing. You just read through 1 or 2 articles, you start the work. I will advise you, if you want to write a very good research, try and make out time, read at least not less than 20 research articles. That will help you know from which angle you will now concentrate, from which angle you now handle your own topic. Because that will give you idea of what many researchers have written in that area. It may even help you maybe to adjust your topic, because you may discover that that particular topic you want to write on, somebody has done something on it. Then from there, if you read further, like most articles, they will write areas for further research or research limitations. You can also from the, okay, since this person didn't use let's say interview as a method of data collection, let me add it to my own research. Maybe I may get a different result from what this person already has. So that way you find out that you'll be more equipped to do a thorough research. Unlike when you get a topic, you just download 1 or 2 articles, go to Wikipedia, then the next thing you start writing. That will end you up, you find out that you copy a whole page from one particular source as your introduction. And when you do that, you find out that you've created problem for yourself. That we'll get to that when we get to turn it in for similarity check. You find out the reason why you need to read so many articles before you start writing. Then steps to take: print out the materials, read them, understand the main idea of the writer. Put those ideas in your own words. Avoid copy and paste. Yes, we have these materials online. It's very easy for you to do copy and paste. All you need to do is to open 2 windows. This is your own research work. These are the materials you're copying from. All you need, copy and paste. At the end of the day, you find out that the research is not original. It's not your idea. All you need to do is just to copy people's work and compile. It's just a compilation of other people's work. It's not an original research. So we need to be careful when we do our research, because what you do today, you find out that in 10 years time or 15 years time, when you pick that work, you may not be happy with it, but you've completed your research, unless you discard that one and start afresh. So it's better you do it and do it very well. You have to get it right. Avoid reading the materials online. Though so many people, they prefer reading online, but it's better you print it. While reading through it, take a book, maybe a paper, just staple them together and try and make notes. Or you can even make notes inside those materials as you read them, so that it will now guide you when you start writing. You look at those notes you have made by the side and then use them to build up your own write-up. Ensure you always acknowledge the authors or sources you cited in your work. Very, very important. Most times we feel that we know it all, or maybe we are smart. You copy somebody's work, you change few words, you now write them as if they are your own idea. Before now, maybe you can go free with that, but it's not easy, you cannot. So when you do that, there is a software, that is a tool that will tell you that you did the wrong thing. So even if you did not copy the author verbatim, but use his idea, you must acknowledge the source. It's important. Just give credit to whom credit is due. Somebody sat down and did that work. Imagine yourself now, you did your research work, you went to the field, you carry out your data collection and analysis. You finish your project, submitted, and then you got your degree. Somebody out there just picked your project and copied your results without acknowledging you. I don't know how you feel when you come across such documents. Maybe if you're in a position to take the matter up, you take the matter up with the person and sue the person. Because it's not, it's academic, it's not allowed. So let us try and acknowledge the authors or the sources we use in writing. And make sure We have them in there. There's nothing wrong in you citing an author that this person said this. You acknowledge the person, put the person's name, then there's a publication and continue your writing. It's not a crime. But I don't know, many students, they always feel they can maybe copy the work or they want to impress their supervisor. You're not impressing anybody, but try and do the right thing. And you find out that you succeed and finish your studies within record time. So that is about access to online resources. I don't know if you have any question before we proceed further.
So anybody has a question?
If you have any question, just raise up your hand and then you unmute yourself. Raise up your hand, Warden. We'll call you up and then you now ask for questions. I don't know, I have so many hands up. Okay, Dr. Okundayo. Dr. Benson, please unmute yourself and is Dr. Benson there? Is what's of Blessing Benson? Your hand is up. You want to ask a question?
My name is Likegodi.
Okay.
Plagiarism be avoided.
Can plagiarize? Yes, it can. We'll get to that when we get to Tonitin. You can.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Likegodi. Likegodi.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Please, I would like to ask, because when I log into Gestor and I want to log in through the university library, they tell me to contact my librarian. How do we do about that?
You log into Gestor?
When I want to log in through my institution and I use the email I've been given by the school, they tell me to contact my librarian. So I don't know.
Did you go in? Did you log in from the website, the university website?
Yes, I tried to log in from the university website, from that online resources.
Okay, you click on Gestor.
Yes, I click on Gestor. It takes me to Gestor's site.
Okay.
It takes me to Gestor's site, but they asked me to click log in through my institution. When I try again, they said.
When you try again, what response did you get?
When I try, they will tell me that UNN is actually part of their this thing, but I should contact you. I cannot log in remotely.
Were you on UNN internet IP range when you did that, or you used your data?
No, I use my own data.
That may be the
because
challenge.
I'm in Cross River. I'm in Cross River. I use my own data.
Okay, that may be the challenge, because like I said earlier, some of the online resources, they're IP based. So when you're using UNN IP, once you log in, once it hits their sites, they know where you're coming from and they will allow you access. But using your own data, they will see you as an external user. That may hinder you to have access. So that may be the challenge. But I will still confirm and get back to you. You have my email.
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's on this presentation. I will still showcase it. Maybe you can still send me an email. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. You can unmute you can mute yourself, please.
Yeah. Can I ask my own question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Martin Chikeze. I am from the Mechanical Engineering Department. I'm working on a project research based on the equipment in my office, the optimization of the energy of the my equipment. So I have so many handbooks and articles from the company. Based on those articles, can I put most of the parts of the article in my project presentation? Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Once they are relevant to your research,
okay,
you can use them. But make sure you cite the source. It's important. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I ask my own question?
Yes.
Okay.
Introduce yourself first, please.
My name is Sam Oji of Faculty of Law, Enugu campus. Okay. Talking about IP-based access, like I had the question from the person who talked from Cross River. I want to know where in Enugu campus, we have a point where we get to, and then we are within a IP university coverage, or is it only in Nsukka campus?
No, it's not only in Nsukka, please, because when we pay for these resources, we always liaise with UNN ICT. They give us IP for Enugu and Nsukka. Once you're within a UNEC campus,
yes,
yeah, you have access to the resources.
Thank you,
ma'am. Nsukka, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Simeon Chuku is it? No.
Hello, can I ask my question?
Yes. Yes. Good day, ma.
Hello.
Hello, can I ask my question?
Please. Let's take it one
Yes,
after
Simeon
the
is
other.
here. Simeon is here, ma.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Please, can we take it one after the other? Just wait.
You
You're recognized to ask your
You
question.
don't need midnight. What you do, send
Yes,
one
ma. Simeon is here, ma.
link now.
Oh, yeah.
Just directly
Your
connect that
question.
link.
Yeah. Please,
Check,
ma.
this thing.
I had network issues. Is there a chance that we can get this your PowerPoint presentation
Please,
much more
that
later?
noise, there's noise behind you.
Your group, your class.
It is not.
Can you step out from that place, please?
I just press it direct. It will go direct.
Your
Someone
background
else
is
is the person that is
noisy.
doing
Your
this.
class, don't use a separate.
Someone is.
Simeon.
Let them mute everybody.
93.
Good morning, ma. My name is Chinenye. I have a question.
Okay.
So my question is, if you're working on a novel topic, how do you go about your reference?
Please mute everybody. So noisy. Oh, mute everybody.
Madam, we don't have light in University of Nigeria campus. You can't join.
Simeon, please, can you mute yourself?
Begin to unmute one after. Mute, ma'am. It's not me that is doing it.
Their environment is noisy.
I suggest that everybody be muted. Let the admin only unmute those that are to ask questions because it's becoming too rowdy. We cannot hear anything.
Seriously.
Good morning. My name is Wajin M. Nasiri.
Please, until everybody is muted, though, nothing should happen.
People should mute Manga data. Hello.
Hello, ma.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Hello.
Hello, ma. Good morning, my Simeon, ma.
Good morning, ma.
Okay. No, wait. Let's take the question from Simeon, please. After you now come with your own question.
Okay.
All right.
Simeon, go ahead.
All right.
Okay, ma. Please, ma. I was asking, is there a chance of us getting the PowerPoint after the presentation, because I've been having network glitches, so that maybe I can go through the resources later.
Maya muted, we cannot hear.
Sanya, can you unmute yourself and ask your question, please?
Question. Hello.
Yeah, your hand is up.
Okay. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adobe Mosa from pharmacy, clinical pharmacy, UNN. Please, when you were talking about printing the materials, I don't know, I felt like, wow, is it possible? Because many times you can actually need to read a lot of articles, more than 20. So is it really practical to be able to print all of that? And we are now operating in paperless economy. I don't know if you have tablets or computers, it's not possible to have them there, read and then make your notes as well. Thank you.
Okay. If you know this in any system that is okay for you, why I said you should print it out is maybe to help you read through the material properly. So you read through the material, but if you have your tablets or your PC, you know that you can read online, maybe have a book by your side to make notes. No problem, you can go ahead and do that, because I know the problem is the cost of printing. It's expensive to print actually. But the important thing is for you to make out time to read through the material. I myself, for instance, I read online. And what I do is, I'll have a notebook or a jotter by my side. I'll be making notes. So that when I start writing, from that note, I'll now develop my own points. If you're the type that will always do copy and paste, it will not help you. We'll have a tool that will detect that. And you find out that when you get to that stage, there will be a problem. And that's where most of you, they get stuck. Some of you will complain. So let us get it right and do the right thing at the issue.
So Adobe,
can you please bring down your hand?
we can take it down.
Elizabeth, your hand is up. Can we hear you? Elizabeth, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma. Thank you, ma. My name is Elizabeth from Department of Nursing. I want to ask which particular aspect, I mean the chapter of the research work they used to check for plagiarism. Is it all the chapter from chapter 1 to chapter 5, or there's a particular chapter?
Okay, we'll check all the chapters, please. We check all the chapters from introduction to your even references, because most of you cite references in your work without even referencing it at the end of your work. You need to do that. So we'll check everything. So Hilary, in the next, we'll just take a few questions and we'll move to the practical session, because I want to show you how to create Google Alert and then also do some search. So Hilary, please unmute yourself and ask your question. Hilary yourself. Okay, can we check another person, please? Chinenye, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning, ma.
Yeah,
so my question is, if you are carrying out a study that is a novel, like not much studies have been done in that area, what's your advice on how you go about the references and structuring your work, maybe your literature review and all that?
Can you give an example of a novel area you feel nothing, there's no article write up on it? Maybe you have not really searched. even COVID-19, you know, is an issue that started last year. I bet you as that started, it got to the peak of it March, April. But somebody did a citation analysis on that particular topic as at May. You will surprise the number of publications on that particular subject. So I don't know how far you've been able to search through the net to retrieve materials. You need to do a thorough search before you conclude that you don't have any particular article in that area. When you exhaust all these options, you can come to the library for assistance if you still have a challenge. But I don't think before you get any particular topic and your supervisor approves you to write on it, I believe he or she knows that there are some materials, maybe some works that have been written in that particular area. Though it may not be exactly that particular topic you're writing. Maybe it may be in another continent, another area, maybe Southeast Nigeria, North or whatever. But you need to do a search. And that is why when you're doing your search, you need to play around with the concepts. You can use some of these brilliant operatives to help you also search. You can use synonyms. That will also retrieve materials for you.
Hillary submitted.
Hillary, can we have your question?
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. My name is Hilary Zia from Electronic Engineering Department. Please, Ma, you said something about the predatory journals. Yes. Please, I want to ask, is it an outright no to picking things from predatory journals? I ask these questions because I have seen some of the so-called predatory journals. I've seen articles from highly placed academics from even developed countries, not developing countries like Nigeria. So do we now say we can't pick anything from those? Because personally, I don't really know the metrics they use in placing some of those journals under predatory category. Thank you, Ma.
I would advise you please avoid them. The reason being that many of them, I know you may see good articles there. Many of them published there unknowingly. They didn't know. Because what these people do is they will look for a journal, a highly placed journal. They will take the title of that journal and use it and float it as the title of their own journal, publish, get articles from people. Many of those people, they don't know that those things are predatory journals. Maybe it's later that you discover. So in that case, since you are aware of it, please don't use them. Go and use the right journals. Because tomorrow, when you pick that your work, or somebody can use it against you somewhere tomorrow, you don't know. So avoid predatory journals, please. Even don't publish with them if you're aware of it. And the way they behave is, if you're lucky, you publish your articles with them. I've seen somebody that did that. The person wrote to them, please, I want to withdraw my article. They said, they didn't even talk to the person. They won't talk to you because they want people, they want customers. They know that what they're doing is not right. So they want a lot of people to sink inside in there with them. So please don't use that.
Any questions?
We just take 3 questions and move to the practical session. Please, any questions, unmute yourself and ask your question. Any patients? Okay, let's take Ukebu. Ukebu, unmute yourself.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Please, that's your background is so noisy.
Oh.
Questions, you are in a noisy environment.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you move out from that place? Just
Yes, I've
just step out.
I've
Okay. Go ahead with your question. Go on with your question, please.
Okay, but you can go on if we're having issues with questions.
Hello.
Yeah, introduce yourself, please.
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Okay.
Yes, it's Sister Chine Ukebu from VTE faculty.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, ma. Hello. Oh, network.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We hear you, sister.
Go ahead with your question, please.
Sister, network hasn't actually pushed you out. We are still here. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, you can end it then.
Okay.
Okay, you can go to practical sessions.
So please, if you have any question, just use the chat box. I'll respond and then they will upload it. Let's just have a look at some of the sites we can use. We can access these materials before we have our break.
That's good.
Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. I said you navigate from the university website. Just come here, libraries. If you want to use the online resources, you click here. So these are the online resources available. Like I told you, Dwaj, we did a search using Dwaj, Director of Open Access Journals. This is the interface. So when you type your concept here, you can say subjects, then you click your search. So you can refine your search, your results, find out that many of them you have written in another language. So you can refine your results here. Newest, first, oldest, most recent. You can refine it based on the subjects. Maybe let's say you don't need it based on agriculture. Maybe you say find education. Depending on the subjects you want, Then you can also date added, no available dates. So for this particular education. So but okay. Then you can also refine it by language. Have two of them, Spanish and Portuguese. So there's no English here. So you can define based on date added. You have 2017 to 2021. So these are some of the parameters you use when you want to refine yourself for this particular journal. Let's just go back. I also want to show you, for some of you that talked of your topic, you have access to the university repository. Where you can search through to see the repository, the materials or areas, those that graduated from your discipline that I've written on. So when you go here, you see our institutional repository. Having access to this, we're not telling you to copy other people's work. Because if you do that, you find out that you have put yourself into a big problem. Already the materials, they are online. So your supervisor can easily dictate that by going to the website to check through. Then when you now check the similarity, when you turn it in, you find out that we also detect that. So you don't need to, all you are saying is, try and look at these sites, use them, read through them, know what other people have written. So that it will guide you. You also look at areas for further research to help you know if you will continue with such research or you start a new one. So this is what the site looks like. Here we arrange it based on communities and collections. So we'll have different faculties here, assuming you're in Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Arts, or Biological Sciences. Depending on your own faculty, just feel free, go to these sites, look through the thesis and dissertations we have there, read through them, see if you can make out topics by looking at areas for further research based on the previous studies you did. So like somebody that talked of writing on a bed topic nobody has written before, you can also make use of this database. So these are some of the university journals, university lectures, several lectures, they're all here. So these are some of the materials you can read through. If you want to do a general search, you can do a general search here. But if you want to browse through the departments, you can also browse through the departments. So that is about our repository. So we don't have much time to go through all of them. I encourage you, I just want to show you this site so that it's at your own convenient time. Feel free, go there, play around with them and familiarize yourself with them so that when you start searching for materials, you know where to get what. So I just want to take you through, try and create a Google alert. So let us, if you have your system by your side, you can just go to Google's Scholar site. We do that quickly and so just type Google Scholar. You can do that quickly. It will take you time or you take the steps. Then here, you come here, you click on this drop-down button. You press alert. Even as a researcher, these things you're being taught today is not only for you to do your research, graduate from your program, and then get your certificate and go. It's for lifelong learning. So you can as well use this opportunity, create a profile for yourself on Google Scholar, so that anything you publish, Google Scholar will just harness it and put it there for you. And as people cite it, you find out that your edge index continues to increase. So you can do that. It's very easy to create an account for yourself on Google Scholar. So once you click on this alert, you click on alerts, it says, it gives me this email. This is not the email I want to use. You need to enter your email. That's one thing, before you do this, you need to have a Gmail account. So if you don't have any Gmail account, you try and create one, because it was, when you click on it, the system will prompt you to sign in. So when you click on create alert, then you type your alert query. This email, that's the email I use here. So I'm not using this. I can't create alert with this. So use your own personal email. Then type the alert query, depending on what you want to do. Let me just say COVID-19 in Nigeria. So when you do, so when you press search alert, just click here, press alert. Automatically you created alert for yourself. Anytime there's any publication on this particular subject, it goes to that your mail. So at your own convenience time, you can feel free to scroll through and look at the topics there. Anyone you need, just open it and check. If you have access, you can load it and save it up for yourself. If you're writing a paper on that particular area, not even on only your research work. So you can say show up to 20 results or 10 results as the case may be. Once you're through, you click on alert to create the alert. But I won't click this because I don't want to create it with this email address. So that is how you create your Google alerts. It's very easy. So please feel free, the presentation will be made available online. You download it and read through. If you have any challenge, just go to the email. My email is there. My email address is there. You can send me an email. I will respond to your mail, or I'll refer it to somebody that will attend to your query. So that is about access to online resources and how you can do your search and then retrieve materials that will help you in your research. So please make use of this information. It will really help you to graduate and within the course. So now we'll have a
stretch break.
Okay.
So thank you, everybody, and let us appreciate our resource person, Dr. Woma. So we will be going for a stretch break, and just a few minutes of stretch break. Okay, so a few minutes stretch break. If you want to visit the loo, you just do that very quickly and come back, okay? And then we will now take the next presentation. Okay, thank you for holding on. Please do not log out. A few minutes of stretch and we'll take the next session. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you and welcome back. We believe that you have stretched enough. We want to take the next training, which is Turnitin. Very interesting area of learning. And our resource person is still Dr. Scholastica Upoma. Please welcome her in whichever way you can. Thank you.
So you're all welcome back for second session. I hope you did enjoy the first session of the presentation. So this time around, we want to look at another aspect of our research writing. Because when we would assess these materials, like I said earlier, these are materials works from different authors. So there's a tool that will help us. Like somebody asked a question, if it is possible to avoid plagiarism. We can. It's possible. So this is a tool to check the originality of your research works, both students, both academics. This tool is not there to maybe penalize us or to, like some people will say it as a problem. It's not a problem, it's to guide you. Because once you develop that habit, you start early, even when you finish your write-up, you find out that maybe if you check your similarity, it will just be 10 or 15% because you've developed that habit of reading through the work, make out your notes, and summarize them instead of copying other people's work. And as you know, when you write your PhD work or master's work, certification pay, you need to certify that this work is original and written by you, blah, 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 blah. But assuming you check your work, you finish writing the work, you discover that 50 to 70% of that work is not your own idea. That means it's not original. So that is why we did the first presentation for you to know how to access online resources, where to access them, because I've discovered that the challenge students have most of the time is inability to get enough materials. And when they don't get enough materials, they tend to rely on one or two they have. They will copy everything from that particular source. It's not too much. Make out time, if you're writing your work, you can use a month or 2 months, just do literature search. After getting the materials, read through them. Don't be in a hurry to finish within 1 week or 2 weeks. No, it's research. Make out time, read through the work, make out your notes, and then start writing. And if you do it that way, you find that when you start writing, the ideas just flow naturally. You don't need to crack your head or break your head before you write. The idea is already there. You've already fine-tuned the whole work. Make out your path, how you want to follow that work. And you see the ideas flowing from one to the other. But if you didn't read enough literature, you find out that you get stuck. It's like somebody traveling, you don't know the routes. You say, okay, let me depend on my GPRS or let me ask people. You may get to some point, there's no network. What do? You get stuck. But if you take out time, sit down, go to the internet, search for that particular area, okay, get the address, get the details, ask people. You find that maybe you've not been there before, but with information, you are really well informed. You can easily get to your destination without any problem. So let us make use of the facilities available to do our research, especially this program, PDC 601 and 701. Make good use of it, it will really help. So Turnitin is a tool to check the originality of research work of students and academics. It helps to stay away from plagiarism. And many universities in the world, not only UNN, has adopted it to ensure academic integrity in their institutions and ensure researchers write original works. Many universities, they use Turnitin. Some use I-10 depending on the one they subscribe to. So, but here we are lucky we have access to Turnitin. to check the originality, to check the similarity of our work. So the purpose of this Turnitin is to make sure that students are accountable for what they submit, to check the similarity of text to sources online. So that is one good thing, that the materials are online. I can easily copy them, paste. It's not easy that way because the tool will match those similarities with the source, or the online, the material that's online where you copied it. To just show where you copied it, like I'll show you in one of the print screens I have here. It also helps to improve teaching and learning. It's important. Then to guide against misuse of online resources in research writing. Many of us will abuse online resources because they are online, we can easily copy it. Imagine you have maybe material, maybe 4 or 5 pages. Most times when you start typing it, you feel tired. But if it's a soft copy, it's very easy for you to copy. So to guard against such, this tool is here to help out. So there are materials that can be checked Turnitin, and there are those that Turnitin cannot check. Materials that are in MOS Word can check Turnitin. So that's why when you bring your work that you want to check the similarity, we always tell you to put it in MOS Word. If it's in PDF, no problem, we can see it, but it's better in MOS Word so that you can, when you are ready, the results will come out in PDF. So it can also be in WordPerfect, Postgraduate, PDF, and all the rest of them. So these are the formats can check, that Turnitin can check through. Then you cannot check like JPEG files, pictures, and all the rest of them. It's difficult for the tool to match, to check through those ones, to scan through them. Maybe because of the way it was designed. So also when you're checking your documents, it should be less than 40 MB. So if it's more than that size, you know you have to break it down, maybe do it twice. Or if it's more than 400 pages, you know you have to turn it in twice. Maybe you divide it into 2 sections. So this is the similarity index with their colors and the percentages. Actually, you have this when you turn the work in. Green will show you that it's between 1% to 25%. Yellow will show you that it's between 26 to 50%. And orange, 51 to 75%. And red is 70% to 100%. That's exactly what is online. Maybe there's a work online duplicated. So these are just colors to show you the percentage when you turn your work in. So it's for the person that did it for you to translate. So this is an example of an originality report. This work was turned in there. The overall similarity is 31%, as you can see. Actually, looking at this, you find out that it's 31% fine, but it can be 20%. But you find out that the individual sources, there's a problem. So most times, it's the individual sources that helps in interpretation. That's why you are not meant to do the interpretation yourself. It's either your supervisor or the staff, the library will do that for you. So that if you have this problem, maybe assuming your work, you submitted your work for similarity check and you have this kind of percentage. What the person that did it, the library staff there will tell you is, you go back and rework these sources from 1 to 4. So that when you rework them, you find out that either you copied verbatim from the sources, or you copied without acknowledging them. So you have to go back and do the right thing. That is what this system helps you to achieve. This is like this particular work. You find out that this is the source from here, you got the information. The overlap the source view showing the overlap with what you have in your work, and then the online materials where you copied it from. So, but you find out that most students will always fall victim of this. Like you see a word, what they do is in a chapter or a paragraph, the student will change some words. Maybe where you have discuss, the students will put explain. Where you have did, they will put another one, that kind of a thing. But the system will also show you everything. So I encourage you, like I said, it's better to read through the work and paraphrase. Like I said, you're claiming that your thesis or your master's, there is the original work. Then the question you ask yourself is, how original is that work? When I have up to 70%, 60%, 50% similarity, other people's idea. What is the percentage of my own idea? What's my own contribution to knowledge? So in that case, you find out that you have a lot of noise in your work. Your voice is not heard at all. So you need to make your voice, you need to project your voice so that other people will hear you. Like this work we have here, a student wrote did this work. When it was subjected to Turnitin, the results came out like this. Looking at this work, we find out that what the student did. And the funniest aspect of it is from the beginning to the end, I checked through, he didn't even acknowledge any author. So telling us that all these things are his or her ideas, which is wrong. The system will show you everything. So when we get to the next page, you find out that this is the overlap, source view overlap. What I did was to click on the overall similarity and to get the individual sources. So you find out that this is the first one because the system will number it, give it number, and also tally with the one in the test. So this is the first one. Look at what the student did. Where you have polyelectrolytes, the students will write, okay, the source used BE, abbreviated it, but here the student now wrote it in full. So at the end of it all, you find out that the original work cited an author here, polymeric chain, but this person didn't cite anybody. Continued as her own idea. Please, this is very, very wrong. Don't get yourself involved in this because you end up doing one thing over and over again. It's better you start it correctly. Take your time. Where's that time if you call it time wasting? Read through the materials, make your notes before you start writing so that you do an original work. Anytime you pick up that work, you'll be happy that you did the work. Not when you pick the work, maybe sometime, maybe tomorrow you might be the commissioner of education, you never know, or a minister or whatever. And you see this work online, we archive it on our website. You ask that the university should put down the work. Why? Because you know what you teach. So please let us get it right. This time we have the opportunity. We are being exposed to some of these tools and the facilities available for us to do our research. So please, I encourage you to read through your work. Make sure you have enough materials, like I said earlier, before you start writing. Don't be in a hurry. If you have challenge in getting accessing materials, please feel free to contact the library staff to assist you. But there are some works too, when you're writing, like some of us, we get scared, we say, how will I do this one? Like this particular work here, there is no way you summarize it. This is it's a citation analysis that's extracted data from a Web of Science database These are the authors of this particular work. These are the titles. So is in that work, is in an article. The article is on citation analysis of open and distance learning journals. So we needed to present the authors, prolific authors in that area with their titles, and then look at the citation too. If you do this kind of work, when you do the writing, don't be scared, don't be afraid. Your supervisor is there because your supervisor will look at this. He or she will know that this is not plagiarism because there is no way you summarize somebody's title, the title of somebody's work. You can't do that. This is just a data collected. So when he or she looks at it, he or she will know that you didn't plagiarize. There are also some formulas too you use, like in the sciences, that you don't need to change, you must use it. The system is also will show you that formula. Then your own supervisor will also look at it and know that this formula you must use. It's not plagiarism. So let us not be scared. Let us do the writing. When you do the writing, don't be afraid that maybe I shouldn't use this formula. There's no way you invent your own formula. The formula there is the formula that we use. But the system will also show similarity, where even other places where other people have used that particular formula in their own words. So to match all of them. Then this is similarity index reports. When your work is turned in, at the end of the page, you see something like this, showing you the total similarity index and then the individual sources that you use. Like I said, if I do this kind of work, I ask you to work at least from number 1 to 4. Try and bring it down, even if it is 1%. Sometimes you can bring down to less than 1%. All depends on how you paraphrase the work, how you summarize the work. And it's better you read, just take the main idea and then put the others in your own words. Not when you copy a definition. Maybe the author gave a definition, defined the concept, and then maybe gave explanation or instant illustrations. You copy the definition, copy those illustrations. When you do that, you find out that the similarity index will be high. All you need to do is to take the main definition. You can now put your own illustration. That's the contribution you're making. Either you are in support of that definition or you're against it to do a critique, to explain further. Don't settle on copying from page 1 to the last page. At the end of the day, you put the author's name, you say you have cited the author. No, that's too much. Let us try and make our own voice heard. So, like I said here, that research is important in solving societal problems and for national development. In order to remain relevant in our various disciplines, we need to write and publish. If you don't write and publish, maybe you're aiming at perishing, but we don't need to do that. We need to make new discoveries and contribute to national development. So we need the knowledge and skills required to navigate through the web. One, to retrieve relevant information or resources we need for our research. Then know how to use them. These are the things we are supposed to, the skills we acquire from this program, so that we'll make good use of them. The skills we acquire today will go a long way to help us, not only for successful completion of our programs, but for lifelong learning. You don't know where you find yourself tomorrow. Some of you have been lecturers, professors, researchers, consultants here and there. So if you develop yourself very well now, you find out that when you get into the field, it won't be difficult for you. So that is why you need to be alert, make good use of these skills and knowledge you acquire today, put them into practice so that it will help you tomorrow. What you publish today will speak volumes about you tomorrow. You never know. So thank you for listening. And I know we'll have a lot of questions and discussion on this particular issue. So that's why I try to make the presentation to be brief. So please, now it's time for the question
So our hands are raised already.
Okay, so I have so many hands up there. At least we can take a lot of them before we. Stella Ngozi, please, your hand is up. Can we hear your question? Stella Ngozi, can you unmute yourself? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma, for the beautiful presentation on. Please, I want to ask, I have in this your presentation.
Sorry, come again.
It's on Newton. Huh?
What did you say?
I want to ask, and at what stage of the project do you get at? Is it maybe after proposal, or what stage of the project is it being done? Thirdly, plagiarism check. Most times when your supervisor will say that's an author, and that author cited some pronounced site, and you say in Anne, they will take the original source. Then that original a work that they wrote like 30 or 40 years ago, they will tell you that work is too old. So how do you go about it? Is it to cite the recent one? Or because if you put it, they will say don't put it. Then during place the to Newton check. If assuming you have this person in the older one or the most recent one. These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, your network, you have a poor network, but I didn't get the first question. It's like you have 3 questions.
The last one.
The first one.
First one, who does the turn knitting?
Okay, the turn knitting.
Who does it? Is it the student or the university or the?
No, it's not the. Sorry, it's not the student.
It's for. That's what I mean.
Once you're ready with your work.
Doing the presentation.
Okay. If you're ready with your work, I will advise you. Maybe I'll start from number 2 to help you so that you don't make much mistake. You can do the first check maybe at your proposal level, so that at that stage you can correct a lot before you proceed. Because if you wait till your final defense, maybe you may be surprised you turn the work in and it's 50%, and maybe you have 3 weeks to submit. That's why some of you will run into problems. They want miracle to be done today, tomorrow. It's never done that way. So you start checking yourself early enough so that you avoid the mistake. So at your proposal level, please ensure you have turned the work in. We'll have the PG reps in the different faculties and departments. I think they should be able to do that for you. But if they are not, the library, you can come to the library to assist you. Students are not allowed to turn in the work because of obvious reasons. Don't want to take that. Then talking of citing recent articles where maybe you have the original work published in 1970 or 1960, and your supervisor wants you to use recent articles. I believe there are 2 ways you can do that. It's either you cite that work, that original work, as cited in a recent work. Or what you do is to get that original work, cite it, but then in your comment or your explanation, you also cite the recent work. This is the, let me give you an instance. In library and information science, under bibliometries, there is this Bradford Lawrence Carteret in bibliometrics. He is the founding father of bibliometrics. He did that work, that should be right, 1929. So maybe if you want to trace that development, how far that particular methodology, that area has come far, bibliometrics has the extent it has come, you need to refer to Bradford. Because many people, when you cite, they will tell you that you need to get that work. So when you cite Bradford, 1929, then you now say other works. You cite other works, recent works also. Despite the fact that he discovered this so year, maybe there have been improvements. Some people have improved on it, or it's still the same. So that's when you now come up with recent literature to still back up that idea. Is that clear?
Take another one.
So the next hand there is Mida Abila. Can you unmute yourself? Mida. Can't see you again. Okay, Peter. Peter, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. My first question is, the plagiarism check at the library, is it free of charge or at what cost? Okay. And then the second question is, with the system, the design of the Turnitin system, you know, some of us use other grammar check applications and online grammar check services that require people to upload their works to the database of such grammar check services. So being that the work gets to be stored on such online databases, does it now count against, does it now count as plagiarism when it is checked, when it is turned in?
Okay. For now, plagiarism software, you do it free of charge because the university is taking care of that. So until the university said otherwise. Then secondly, talking of Grammarly, when you turn your work in, please try and check the settings. If it says archive to the repository, please uncheck that. You have to go through the settings. It's not good because when you submit, when you archive it on that database, it's already online. So when you turn it on turn it in, you find out that the system will also show you that particular, that work is already online. And that creates a problem for you. So I don't know how your settings on Grammarly is. If you are doing that, ensure that you are not archiving that work. By that, I mean saving it on their website. If you save it on their website, and once it's open, it will Turnitin will detect it and it will see it as then you have a problem because your similarity index will be so high. So they need to pull down that work before you can go through. So the next question, Onyedikachi, can you unmute yourself? Onyedikachi Odu. Okay, let's take Elizabeth. It's like Onyedikachi is not there. Elizabeth, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, by the example you gave to us, where the write-up were full of a pink color, assuming the person referenced those write-up, will it still be counted as a plagiarism?
Is it the similarity list that is pink?
Yes, let's say the person referenced those write-up. Will it still be counted as plagiarism?
Let me get your question. Which one?
You gave us an example. You showed us some write-up where full of pink color.
Okay,
and it was indicated that the person failed to reference the write-up, and those write-up is not from PAC. Assuming those write-up were referenced, will it still be counted as plagiarism?
Actually, we're looking at that work. The writer copied it from the source. He didn't paraphrase, he just copied a whole page. Even where the original writer cited other sources, he removed it. So it's wrong. When you are writing, please read the material, paraphrase, just get the main idea, put them in your own words. Then cite that source. If you need to cite the source, those sources used by the original writer, try and download, just go to the reference section, search for that particular title and get the original source. It's better to get the original source and cite. Don't cite what you see in another one, because most times you make a mistake. If you cite direct, I don't know whether you get what I mean, without getting to the original work. That author, let's take for instance, you saw a work written by Njoku on maybe say COVID-19. Then Njoku must have used other authors. Inside this work, he used a work published by Eze. And then you now cited Eze directly as if you saw it. That idea is not good at all. Try and go to the reference, get Eze's bibliographic details, search for it online, so that you read it yourself and put it in your own way, because Njoku must have paraphrased Eze's work. So you citing it as Eze will create a problem. I give you an instance. There's an article I saw somewhere. The author cited a work, quoted it as, just quoted something. But when I saw that particular petition, I so much loved it. But what I did was to go to the main source, that particular article inside it. I didn't see exactly that information there. I was like, where did he get this? I read that article from beginning to the end, but I couldn't find it. So that is the danger you find when you do such a thing. Try and get to the original work. So the next person, Victor Aja, please, your hand is up. Can we have your question?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me. Please, I think most of the questions I want to ask concerning this particular presentation has been asked. This thing I would like to know now, since there are a lot of schedules, there are 3 of them. I would like to know, do we need to participate in 3 of them, or once we participate in any one, we are done for the day?
Is it our program today?
Yes.
No, these are 3 different things entirely. Please don't miss them, because the next one you're going to hear is reference management, which is very, very important, because most of you, when you finish writing, it will take you months to get the sources you used in your work. So it's difficult to you to manage your reference. And most times you find out that you may have a very good citation in your work, but you don't have the reference to back it up. So please don't go away. Okay, you will lose out if you miss the third session. It's a different presentation for today. So Ngozi Udume, please, your hand is up. Can we take your question so that we go to the next presentation? Ngozi, are you having a key challenge there? Can we take another person if you are not ready? Please check your network. Check your connectivity.
We can't go like this, sorry.
So Francis Eya, please can we have your question? Francis Eya.
Yes. Thank you, man, for giving me this opportunity. Can you hear me, man?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you, man, for giving me this opportunity. Ma, the question I want to ask is very simple. Why is it that students are not allowed to have this similarity test software, so that at the point of writing, while you're writing, after your first, maybe your chapter 1, your introduction, you carry out this test on your own to know whether you are on track or you are derailing from it? I think it will go a long way in helping those who are serious about not being victims of this plagiarism. Because why? After writing, it takes you time for you to get this result. And when you get this result, because of the outcome of the result, most students are paralyzed. How do I start from here? But if you have this software in your system and you're serious and you are a good researcher, at every stage, you want to know whether you are on track or you're not on track. So the question is, why can't individual just have this as a researcher? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start answering that question by asking you another question. Do you set the exam for yourself and mark it for yourself?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's very good. So we won't allow you, what we can only do is, if you go through your supervisor can register you under himself so that when you submit, if he gives you a link, you submit that work, he himself will get the result to see it because it's your supervisor that will analyze the result for you. If we allow you to do the analysis, bet you the results you give us will be something else. You are not treated, so we don't want that. We want to help you get the right thing, do the right thing. So that is why we do the analysis for you. Because like I said, students were always in a hurry. You can get 50 and tell us that it's 20. That would be a problem. And when you discover that it's 50, maybe at the end of maybe when you have finished, maybe final submission, by that time it will be a problem. So don't be scared. Meet your supervisor, meet your PG reps. The library is also there for you. At that stage, you turn it in, we'll help you check, it will tell you, see where you have gone wrong. You have to go back and do it right so that you don't have problem at the end of the day. I know in some cases, students, you have access, but under your supervisor or under the library staff that will also monitor it, not you having full access, no. You understand? So, Ame Okala, your hand is up. Please, can we hear your question? Ame Okala.
Amma is around. Thank you, my dog. Thank you, man.
Okay, go ahead with your question, please.
My problem is how can we get the material for your presentation for reference purposes?
The presentation,
Hello?
if it's not available, just the PG will make it available, don't worry.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Denise Obuchie. Obuchie, please, are you there? Unmute yourself. Let's have your question.
Obuchie Benis.
Okay, Geraldine, please, can we have your question? Geraldine Chiamaka, can we have your question?
You're already unmuted. Somebody else.
Okay.
Anastasia.
Ijama, unmute yourself and let's have your question, please. Fast. Anastasia Ijama, are you there? Okay, Chibuzanjok, let's have your question. Chibuzanjoko. Daniel, okay. Let's have your question.
All right, thank you very much, man. This is much educating. I just want to ask, man, I tried to follow the steps in the Turnitin. and I discovered that to create an account and the rest. I don't know, maybe my question will be answered with what you just said, not long to answer that of Francis. Is it because I don't have access to use the Turnitin, or they were asking me to create an account and then asking several things, ID, which I cannot use on my own. So I don't know, how can you use Turnitin? How can you have access to using their resource? Thank you.
I said if you want to check your work, as a student, you don't have that access. You either do it through your supervisor or your PG rep, or then through the library. Come to the library, we check it for you. So we don't create accounts for students. Is that okay? Unless you're a lecturer, then you now come to us for that. We'll tell you the requirements to create account for you. So Amarachuku, your hand is up. Can we have your question before we?
Good afternoon, Ma. I am Ali Amarachuku Doris from the Department of Nursing Sciences. Please, Ma, from the illustration you gave, you said that we should always refer back to the original author. Well, what if the work of that original author is more than 10 years or 5 years? Will you still go on to cite the person? Is it not better that you cite the recent author, the person you are reading his or her work as of the time?
I said if you're using it in that format, it's better you say as cited in, not as if you saw the original work. Do you understand? But if not, when you are referencing, you reference the work where you saw it, since you didn't see the original work. But I said for some people, there are some areas you write, there are some areas you're working on that you still need that work, you feel that it's old. All you need to do is to cite it, then get recent authors too that have used this, and those that even criticize the work, they are critics. You may even present it. Maybe they said so and so weren't okay, or they modified it. So it depends on your departmental style. I know there are some departments that insist that you get the main source if you want to cite it, and then cite recent. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Francisca Udemezu, can we hear your question? Can we have your question, please?
Yeah. Good day, everybody. And Doctor, thank you so much for your time and resource. Please, I just want to find out how I can get details, login details, into the online library resources.
Anytime
I'm joining from Port Harcourt. I'm Faculty of Law.
Faculty of Law. But
Yes,
you don't visit your department, do you?
Excuse me?
Do you visit your Faculty of Law in Enugu campus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, when you go there, try and visit the Law Library or the UNEC Library. They will make it available. We are not allowed to post it online, because what we would have done is to post it on the website. But many of these publishers, they are against that. Instead, we shouldn't do that. So you need to liaise with the librarians, either at the Law Library or UNEC Library. They will give you the password.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Omeya Nnadozie, can we have your question, please? Let's take the last question. Omeya is not ready.
Somebody answered my question. Somebody asked my question.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Just bring down your hand, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Stella Nzerog, can we have your question? Or somebody else have asked the question.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. I missed some part of it because of network issues. But ma, please, I would want to find out. I want to know if a work has been turned in previously and a particular plagiarism index comes out, say 30%, and you turn it in again, and it increases the percent, what do you do then? Because it's more like it's seeing the work you turned in as someone's work. And so if you turn it in again, it sees it as similarity, or it sees the work as similar to the one that has been turned in. So how do you modify the setting so it doesn't have that increase? Because you've worked on it, you're expecting the plagiarism index to be reduced, not to increase. But I really don't know. And then again, the second question is, as a staff, how did you get the login details? Because I sent an email to the man in charge. I went to the library, he wasn't there. On a Friday I went, and they said he wasn't there. I got the email and sent it. Thank you, ma'am.
Are you a staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you need to meet Dr. Yekwaba with your, he will tell you the things you provide for him to get account with. Okay. Then when you just come to the library, come to Nagazikiwe library.
Okay.
When you check your work, when you turn your work in for similarity check, so many of you students, when you're asked to go and rework, when they tell you what to do, instead of you to do what they ask you to do, many of them go to now out for shortcuts. It's wrong. Instead of you to rework it, paraphrase it, where you ask to either. Maybe they want to play around, but after playing around with it, it's unfortunate you cannot deceive them. They will still catch you. So please try and do the right thing, take the instruction to give you, and then proceed. And many of you in the process of doing that, trying to outsmart them, you end up putting yourself into trouble. You may end up archiving that one somewhere, and that will not create more problems. So please, always adhere to the instructions we give you when you check the work. Thank you. So on that note, I still see many hands up, and we cannot take more. Because of time, you need to go to the next session. So please, what I will do, I will still look at, try and drop your questions using the chat box. I'll look at them. If we've not responded to them, I'll still provide the answers to such questions and forward it to you. So thank you so much for the time and active participation. I wish you well in your research journey and encourage you to please make good use of this information. Do not say we did not tell you, please. It's for your own good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Resource person, Dr. Scholar Yekwaba. May we appreciate our resource person in whatever way we can. Thank you. Now we will take the next presentation, and the next presentation will be reference management. We really have been making progress, you believe me, I guess. And in research management, we have a resource person in Dr. Emmanuel Ihekwaba. Dr. Ihekwaba, you're on. Thank you.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, all. I plead to stand on the existing protocol for want of time. I'm here this morning to present. It's gonna help me with this screen. I want to see close to Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's off. Okay. Okay. This morning I'm here to present this package entitled Online Reference Management Tools in the Digital Era. Online Reference Management Tools in the Digital Era. Introduction to Mendeley. Now, what we're going to discuss is, we're going to tell you what Mendeley is. We're going to show you how to create your Mendeley accounts, how you can download the Mendeley desktop application, how you can install Mendeley desktop, configure the Mendeley application, build your library, manage the documents in your library, and use it for citation and bibliography. The goals of this presentation is that at the end of this presentation, the students will be able to know what Mendeley Online Reference Tool is all about. Secondly, the students will be able to use Mendeley for their referencing and citation. What is Mendeley? Mendeley is a free academic software used to manage, read, annotate, and cite your research papers. It is a reference manager. Now, let us give you a brief background about Mendeley. Mendeley is based in London and was developed by over 30 researchers by the organizations that you are seeing there in the screen. Presently, Mendeley is owned by Elsevier. Now, what are the things you can do with Mendeley? Some of the things you can do with Mendeley are to import and organize your PDF documents in your computer. You can also use it to back up and sync your resources so that you can access these resources from remote areas. You don't need to carry your laptop or your computer device wherever you are going. So Mendeley will help you to be able to sync the material that you have and be able to access it from remote sources. Finally, this Mendeley will help you to be able to generate citations and bibliography in Microsoft Word or other word processing applications. Now, having said all this, how do you start using Mendeley? First of all, you have to create an account by visiting www.mendeley.com. When you go there, you will see the option to create accounts. So you click on create a free account. It is free. You don't need to pay to create accounts. What will be required, the information required is your email, your first name, your last name, and the password that you use to open your Mendeley account. Then, of course, it will also require your field of study, your academic status, and current institution. Now, when you have done this, they will create an account, and you are looking at a typical dashboard of a created Mendeley web account. Now, I must say at this juncture that you cannot use Mendeley without first of all creating a web account. Please pay attention to the words that I'm using. You have to first of all create a Mendeley web account before you will be able to use the Mendeley desktop application. So when you have created the Mendeley web account, the next thing to do is to download the Mendeley desktop from the website. When you scroll down this dashboard of your created web account, you see the link to download the desktop application. Now, when you click to download the Mendeley desktop application, you see something that looks like this on your screen. Then you click Save File. When you click on Save File, it will download, and then you will run the software to install it. Once you install the software, it will be installed in your desktop. So when you look at your desktop, you will see the icon. For the first time when you are logging in, you have to be online. You have to be online, and it will require the particulars that you used in creating your Mendeley web account. The email that you used and passwords. So once you sign in, there are two configurations that must be done, but one, you can leave out one and do the other one. We call it the MS Word plugin. This enables your Mendeley to be able to communicate with your Microsoft Word. You can also do the web importer installation. This will enable you to build your library. But the most important configuration you will do here is the MS Word plugin installation. Now, how do you confirm that you have installed MS Word plugin? When you go to your Microsoft Word, you click on Reference, and you will see this icon. This shows that you are successful in installing the MS Word plugin. When you have done that, you can either decide to install the web importer or forget about it. It's not very important. Like I said, web importer is used for building library. There are other ways to build library, which I will show you shortly. Now, to install MS Word plugin, as you're looking at your Mendeley desktop application, you click on Tools. You click on Tools, and you will see Install MS Word plugin. You can see here my cursor is MS Word plugin. Now, the next thing to do is to build your library. By building your library, okay. By building your library, it doesn't mean that you should build a physical library. A library means that you can get all those documents that you have in your
Hello, wonderful people. Welcome. We're sorry about the break. I did mention when we were starting that when you're dealing with machine, you're never sure of everything. It just happened. But we're back on, and we actually apologize for the break. We'll continue with the workshop on Mendel. Very soon we'll put on our facilitator, Dr. Emmanuel. He will reconnect us from where we stopped, and as he does that, let's also pen down our questions because we will have an interaction with him. So in a few moments, you'll be coming back on seat to take you through the remaining part of the presentation. We really apologize for the break. As we are connected now, I believe we are stronger to run the program until the end. This is actually the last session for today. And you can see that so far, we've managed to keep the time and deliver on our promises. So very soon, we'll get Dr. back on, and you will enjoy your session with him. Like I said, you can put your questions on the chat box, and we will address them. If you can't answer them here and now, we will eventually post them to your mailbox. That's the idea of you leaving your contact details on the chat box. So just be patient, like we already have been, and very soon our resource person will get back home. So as you give us your details on the chat box, remember to include your email address, possibly your phone number. Remember to tell where to put it. So thank you again. And right now, our facilitator is on cue. Continue with where he stops. So we bring back to you, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for that break in transmission. Like I said, there are 4 ways of building your library. When we say build library, we don't mean physical library. We mean library that is going to be domiciled in your Mendeley desktop application. One of the ways of building your library is through the materials that you have in your computer, the materials that you have downloaded for the work that you're about to embark on. You know, when you want to write, of course, you're going to download materials that you're going to use. So some of those materials may be in your system, they may be in your flash drive, they may be in your CD-ROM. So you can build your library through accessing those materials. Another way of building your library is through documents that you can get from the web using the web importer. Again, you can build your library using manual method for materials that are not in soft copy. Okay, when you have done that, the next thing to do is that when you have built your library, you have to read the materials that you are going to write with to familiarize yourself with what you are about to embark on. Most students find it difficult to read the material that they are going to use, thereby encouraging copy and paste. So when you read through a material that you're going to use, you are going to start having an idea and build a focus on how you're going to follow the work before you. Again, you can manage your library, your built library. You can read your library in Mendeley desktop application. You can note, you can mark materials that are in your library as read and unread. You can mark your favorite papers that are going to form the core of what you are going to use to make your main concepts in what you are writing, and you can filter out the documents by author tags, publication keywords, etc. And of course, Mendeley can help you do any type of citation. Even if you have a magnetic brain, there's no how you can know all the citations that we have. Even if you are a know-it-all, you cannot know how to do all the citations. So Mendeley is there to fill the gap. Now, for you to do your citation, in-text citation, and you have built your library and you've read your work, you will now know what to use in your citation, the words to use in your citation. You can merge citation. Mendeley can also help you merge citations of multiple authors. And finally, you can use Mendeley to insert bibliography. Now, that is just a rundown of the slides. I want to, at this juncture, show you practically how these things are done. Hello, please. Okay, yeah, thank you. Now, as you can see, this is an interface showing an already built library. Like I said, there are many ways you can build your library. This is a Mendeley desktop interface, Mendeley desktop application interface. If you want to build your library, you can decide to build in your library in where we call all documents. You can see where my cursor is. Or you can build it folder by folder according to the topics you are working on. So how do you do this? You come down here, you can see create folder. You click create folder and name the folder. So when you name the folder, for instance, I name the folder Ebola, I will start populating it with the materials that may be in my external storage device, that may be in my system, that I may build manually for materials that are not online, or that materials that are not physical. So now, where do you start building your library? If you want to build your library, you go to File. When you go to File, you must know the format you want to use to build your library. Let's say, for instance, you want to build your library through materials that are in your system. Then go to Add Files, click on Add Files, and it will lead you to where materials in your system are. Then you, for instance, this one now, this particular work, I can select it and then say Open, and it will go into my Mendeley library. Another way of building your library is to add entry manually for materials that are not online or that are not in soft copy. Okay, once you click on file, you go to add entry manually, and here it will ask you what type of file are you trying to build into your library. Is it a journal article? Is it a book? Is it a book section, which is what we know as book chapter? Is it a case for people in law? Is it a computer program for people in computer science? Is it a conference proceeding? Is it an encyclopedia article? Is it a generic material? Is it journal article? Is it magazine article? Whichever one it is, you select and start populating. That is building your library manually. So let's assume it is a book. Let's assume it's a book. Now, here for title, you name the book. Maybe Introduction to Mendeley. Then the authors, for the authors, maybe the first author is Eze. You put Eze, you type in Eze, put comma, then give space, Eze A dot J dot. If there is another author, use enter key and key in that author. You don't put it in the same line, like, you know, putting it here. If you put it here, it will be scattered. So use enter key and put in the name of the second author. Maybe Okoro, comma, space, G. Then you put full stop. Then for the year, maybe 2021. Most books don't have volume. You scroll down to put the city of publication of the book, maybe Enugu. Then if it has edition, you put edition. If it has editors, but if it has, it must have publisher. Maybe Williams Press. Now, when you finish that, you save. You click on save, and that particular material will join what you have in your library. Now, one thing about building materials, building your library from building manually is that the material that you build in manually, you already have it. So you can read it as you're holding it and take your notes. But the ones that are in soft copy that you pick from your system, you can open them in your system. For instance, let's assume that this is one of them that you built into your library. You can see that you can open it in your Mendeley library. You can open it. You can even take notes on it. You can manipulate it as you like. Now, for the writing proper, like I said, let me do a recast. For you to use Mendeley to do your referencing, the first thing you have to do is to create a Mendeley desktop account. Mendeley web accounts. When you create a Mendeley web account, you download the software. That's the Mendeley desktop application. When you finish downloading the Mendeley desktop application, you build your library. After building your library, then you read the materials that you have built in your library, and you're good to go. So now, since we have built our library, we are now ready to start using it. Okay. No, I want to not share this too. Share another thing. This one is. I don't want to stop this. I want to see. Okay, so sorry. Okay, you can go. So this is a material that is before me. I want to do referencing. So what do? I place my cursor where I want to do my citation. Now, Mendeley does its citation using what we call indirect citation style. Does its referencing through what we call indirect citation style. The direct citation style is whereby you say according to, in the words of, in the opinion of, that is basically the writing style we use here. But Mendeley is designed in a way that it does the referencing in a way that you paraphrase, as it were, you paraphrase the idea of the author. Now, remember when you're writing, you don't start your citation from the first or second or third sentence in your work. You may start from maybe subsequent sentences that are in your write-up. Now you can see where my cursor is, where it is blinking. I now want to insert a citation there. So what do? I go and click insert citation. You can see where my cursor is. Insert citation. I click on insert citation. It will bring out the link because I have configured Mendeley to see my Mendeley. I have configured Microsoft Word. I have configured my Mendeley to see my Microsoft Word. So I click on OK. It takes me to my Mendeley. Let's stop share here. Yes. So I go to Mendeley. Pick the particular material that I want to cite, select. Multiple. There's multiple. Sharing, advanced sharing. Multiple. I want to show that I want to work with one. It's not working. It's all. Okay, so you select the particular work that you want, and okay. So let's run over the slides. Let's run the slide again. Run the slides. Slides. Okay, sorry for because we can't run two slides at the same time. So let me just show you So when you want to insert your citation, you select the point where you want to insert the citation in your work. For instance, this is your paper. You go to, if you want to do citation, you go to references in your Microsoft Word, put your cursor where you want to put the citation, then click insert citation. Then it will refer you, you click on go to Mendeley. It will take you to Mendeley, then you insert the citation. At all the points you want to insert the citation, when you finish doing the citation, then you click on insert bibliography. And it will insert the bibliography using your chosen citation style. So another thing that we can take away from here is that Mendeley, at a click of a button, can enable you to change your citation styles. Any work that you have written, maybe you use APA to write the paper. Mendeley can help you change to any citation style of your choice. Let's assume that you use APA to write a particular paper. At a click of a button, you can change it to Chicago Manual of Style. At a click of a button, you can change it to MLA. At a click of a button, you can change it to Vancouver. At a click of a button, you can change it to any referencing style that you want to use. And Mendeley, again, can do the latest citation style. Like in APA, we have the 7th edition now. If you are required to do citation using the latest APA style, Mendeley can help you do that. And another thing to take away is that you know that there are a lot of punctuations in citations. Even if you know the names of all the citations, you may not know where the punctuations will appear. You will not know the ones to italize. In fact, Mendeley is the tool to use in your research now. So I'm wrapping up here. Sorry for the limitations we have because of the way we are making this presentation. You can contact me. You will see the my contact on this packet, on this slides, so that if you need guides and technical support on how to use this package, you can always contact me. Thank you.
You can also download this from.
Okay, you can also download this presentation from the website. I leave room for questions now.
That's the one question.
Do we have questions? Okay, Emeka Edokwe, unmute yourself and ask your question. Emeka Edokwe. Obona Ogochukwu.
Okay.
Not even hearing them.
So sorry it happened again, but we're back on now. The resource person started by taking your questions and then network malfunctioned. We're back on and we can take the questions. When you're prompted to ask a question, please, you'll also be prompted to unmute. And when that happens, unmute and follow with your questions. Thank you and welcome back. Resource person.
The questions. This the one will lead me to the remove this process. Okay. Let me try this again. Let me just this one can be minimized. Can be minimized. Minimize it. Even though it's being shared. Minimize it. What's that from the other side? What is this word? Okay. Okay, like I said, let's try this once again. If you want to insert citation with a particular statement in your write-up, your cursor will be at the position where you want to insert it. For instance, you can see where the cursor is blinking. So what you do is you go to insert citation, you click on go to Mendeley, it takes you to Mendeley, then you select the particular article that you want. Like if it is this one that you want, you select it, then click insert. Here we are using Chicago, but I want to go to the one that is more common. Let me change it. Permit me to change it to APA. Let me go to APA 7th edition. So it has now inserted the citation using the APA formats. Now again, probably I want to insert a citation the way that we know. the way that is common to us. Most of us write by saying according to, in the words of, in the opinion of. Okay, let me show you how you can get around that. Now, the cursor is blinking here. I want to insert a citation there. I click insert citation, go to Mendeley, click the citation I want, click cites, it inserts the citation. So what you're going to do here, you're going to edit this in a way that is going to be in line with doing direct citation. So I'm going to remove these brackets. Then here, I'm going to remove this bracket too. Then close these dates. You can see how I've done it. According to KK and Hekwaba 2021. Let me remove this so that this will make sense. And it asks you, do you want to keep manual edit? You say yes, keep manual edit. So I'll remove it. According to Okechukwu and Ihekwaba 2021, owing to the virus stupid immunological response. Let me make it make sense. The condition causes viral hemorrhage fever. Okay. Now let's say you want to also insert citation elsewhere. Maybe here, click insert citation, go to Mendeley, choose the citation you want, click cites, and it inserts the citation. If there are different authors, there's another author that said the same thing or is similar thing, you can keep your cursor at the end of the brackets, click insert citation, go to Mendeley, then choose the author that said that similar thing and say cites. Now you can see that this thing is not in order. So what you do, you select the two citations together, you select them, you highlight them. Sorry. You highlight them, and you see your insert citation change to merge citation. You click on, you can see here, you click on merge citations, and it will put the two citations in one bracket. Okay. Now remember, at the end of your write-up, as you continue writing, you need to do bibliography. So you come here and type references. Some like it at the end, some like it in the middle. So let me place it in the middle, references. Then I use enter key, then backspace. Then I'll go to go back to references here and click on insert bibliography. You can see where my cursor is in references in my Microsoft Word. I click insert bibliography. You can see it has inserted the bibliography of all the in-text citations that I used. Now, as it has inserted it, you can continue inserting more citations. Let's count this so that you can be sure of what I'm doing. Now, see 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can do this, save your work, go to sleep, come back, maybe continue again from where you stopped. Maybe here, you want to start another citation. You click on insert citation, go to Mendeley, click on the citation you want, then click cites. It will insert it both in text and in your bibliography. As you continue writing, it continues, and as you continue inserting citations, it continues increasing. So now there will be no question of maybe your supervisor telling you that the citations you use in text cannot be found in your bibliography. You can see all that I've inserted in text. You can see it in the references. Now, like I said, the wonder there is whereby you can change this at a click of a button. You can change it to any other referencing style. So now what we use is American Psychological Association. Probably you want to now change this to Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, notes, annotated bibliography, or say Vancouver, or Vancouver itself. Okay, let's use Vancouver. So I click on Vancouver. When you want to do this, of course, your Microsoft Word where you're writing should be open, and your Mendeley should be open too. So you click on Vancouver. You can see how it has changed all in-text citations to Vancouver and even in the bibliography. You can see it now. So you can also change it to any other desired referencing style like IEEE for people in engineering. So now, for people that have already written their papers using the maybe the normal method that we used to do a write-up, you can convert a written paper that you've written. Just simply go to your bibliography and key in all the references there using the manual method of building library. Then now insert them one after the other using the citation style that you desire. So at this juncture, I will leave room for questions on the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Obonna, Ugochukwu, can you unmute yourself? Let's take your question.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Obonna, unmute yourself.
Yeah, my question is, while writing, and there are some books that that you use that doesn't have. Hello.
They're there.
Can you hear me, sir?
Chimezie.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Chimezie Gerald Aike. Can we take your question?
Okay, sir. Can you hear me now?
Chukwunne Emeka.
Can you hear me, sir?
You're not hearing me.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Is it because of this?
Hello. Can you hear me too, sir? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. It's from here.
Can you hear me, sir?
Okay.
Yeah, Ike Gerald.
Can you hear me,
yes.
Chimezie Gerald, Ike, can you hear me, sir?
Not clear. Your network is probably making it not clear. I'm not hearing you well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can you hear Obonna Ugochukwu, sir?
Can you hear me, sir? Chimezie Gerald, Ike, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello,
Go ahead.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chimezie Gerald, Ike. I was going to ask if it's
Chimezie Gerald. Which department?
I'm from Fine and Applied Arts. Can you hear me now? Hello, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, sir. Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Chiemeze Gerald Ike. I'm in Fine and Applied Arts.
Okay.
So I was going to ask if it's possible to have the Mendeley desktop on the phone. But I tried it out and I noticed that it's working. So, but my question now is, how do I modify or edit an author's name when there is a mistake? Because I saw something and I've been trying to do that and it's hard for me. So how do I do that? Editing author's name or any other information?
Okay. When you want to edit any particular entry, you go to your Mendeley desktop, click on the entry. You will see by your right-hand side where the entries, the summary of the entries will appear there, and then you can edit the entries. They are editable. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Next question. Ogbonna Ogochukwu. Can we
Yes,
hear
sir.
you now?
Sir,
Yeah.
I was actually trying to ask the same thing, but the guy that you just answered to has asked it. So there's no point going ahead to ask.
Okay.
Thank you,
Victor
sir.
Aja.
Okay, thank you so much.
Victor, go on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Engineer Aja Victor.
Okay.
From electrical department. So my question is concerning I3E referencing with the Mendeley. I've been using the software for a while now, but one of the challenges I'm having is that when you merge references, the way it presents it. Hello.
Hello.
I don't know whether you're getting my questions.
Take it again.
Okay, I said my question is based on I3E referencing. So when you merge, because I've been using the Mendeley for a while, but the particular problem I've been facing is when you merge citations, especially if it's more than two, the standard method that the department accepts is not the way Mendeley presents it. And I've been trying to find a way around it to now avail. For instance, if you merge more than two consecutive referencing, like your reference 1, 2, 3, actually, if you have them actually together, The one the department approves is you put one in the square bracket, you put a kind of hyphen, then the last one, which is the third one. So that indicates that it's from 1 to 3. But in Mendeley does not present it that way. So I want to know if there is a way to, a kind of workaround to that. Thank you.
Okay. What department did you say you
Electrical engineering.
What do you use? Is it IEE?
Yes, I3E, yes.
I3E.
Yes,
Okay.
that is IEE.
And you have it in your system?
Yes, I've been using it for a while, but this particular challenge is the difficulty.
What will happen is that I will need to look at that complaint, because I'm not really heard about this. This is the first time I'm hearing this challenge. I'll look at it and probably do me a mail to talk more on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Because there's another person.
Next person.
Call the name. Lotachukwu. Lotachukwu, you can unmute. Let's go ahead. How do you mute yourself again? Lotachukwu, you have a question, ask now. Okay. Let's go to Chukwu Nemeka. Chukwu Nemeka,
ask your question. Ask your question.
Chukwu Nemeka, unmute and ask your question. Okay, Emmanuel Ejema.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is Chukwu Nemeka. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is
Hello.
Chukwu Nemeka from Department of Electronics Engineering. Hello?
Go ahead, Nemeka.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's quite insightful. But I have a challenge. I've used Mendeley for my work, and when I turned it in, it was flashed. You know, it was actually it showed my work properly. I don't know, and also I discovered that there will be some mistakes. Some of the words will appear in capital letters. So, and I have to begin to edit it manually, one after the other. So I don't know why it is like that, or does it mean that maybe the Microsoft Word is not okay or something like that? That's my question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. To answer your question, first of all, like the presenter on Turnitin said, Turnitin is not there to guide you, but to show you similarity. Maybe after doing your work and the Turnitin and then the Turnitin say flash or still shows similarity, that means I've seen it as well. But when you check, you see that most of those similarities that is highlighted, they are less than one. They are less than 1%. Most times it's not significant. Then for the capitalized reference bibliography, your work, it depends on how you make the metric. Once you finish building your library, the next thing you do is to edit all that you have done. Sometimes when you build your library, you build it in all caps. Like I told the other student that asked the question earlier, how can we edit what has entered the Mendeley? I said, go to the right side of your Mendeley desktop application you will see when you click on the entering that is in tabs or that you want to edit, you will see at the right hand side where you can edit the entry. It is how the entries appear that is how it's going to appear in the program. So once you finish building your life, make sure that you edit and put it in initial tabs. Does that answer your question?
Okay, Emmanuel Ezema.
Hello, good day, sir. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Please, I want to ask or make an appeal. In my department, we use this, instead of Microsoft Word, we use a software called LaTeX to type our project. And then I don't know whether it is going to work perfectly the way it is working in Microsoft Word. My appeal is if you can give us your contact so that if we check it and it didn't work, if you can actually come and try it, whether there is a way the Mendeley will work with our own software.
Okay, my contact is on the slides that I use to make my presentation. So you see my contact there. And I believe we should work with LaTeX.
You didn't mention your faculty. You said you have it. Yeah.
Hello.
What faculty is that?
Hello. Physical science, mathematics. Mathematics.
Noted.
Next question.
Let's listen to Chibuzo Njoko.
All right, thank you for your time. This is Chibuzo Njoko from Department of Business Education. Please, sir, I want to ask, when you have, hello, are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. When you have a work you are doing on emerging issues and you happen to listen to radio or from discussions, you get information that you feel is relevant to be added into your work. And the rule demands that you should reference whatever you are imputing into the work. What do you do in that situation? Because actually the information was not cited from a book or a web where you can reference.
Okay. There are conventions to citation. You don't cite hearsay. Cite something that can prove. Okay? Cite formal documents.
No,
Otherwise, we can just go around say that we had something, then make citation.
No.
So there are rules that you have to follow. You have to follow those rules so that you don't do hearsay in your citation. Okay.
Okay. Then what of in a situation where you have your own information that you've not read from anywhere and the information is also relevant to be added, but you cannot quote a particular source? Can you reference yourself and say Chibuzo 2021?
You can't cite yourself. You can't cite from the air now. You can't cite it in a vacuum. There must be a source. Like when you say that Biden is no longer the president of America, people will ask you what source? Where did you get the source? And you know at this level, to make your work credible, you have to have a verifiable source. You cannot cite vacuum, you cannot cite from the air. Thank you.
Okay. Ugu Onwameze, unmute.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. It has opened my mind to a lot of possibilities. The questions I want to ask are, number one, I've had some presentations I wrote or reviews that I had to get information from a newspaper online, one, maybe Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and then an internet source that I couldn't reckon with how to cite them. So it has always given me a challenge. If it is ethical to cite a website, and how do you actually make reference to that website in your work? And can you cite a newspaper in a scientific research and all that? I know you can cite the Bureau of Statistics because their reports are based on, research that they carried out too. Then the second one is, at what point do you project your idea? Because every research must have sparked up a line of thought in you that you would want to project in the research to say that based on this, you are trying to measure this. Must you cite everything, cite every idea you project in your research, or is there a point where you have to actually state that this is what your views are and you are trying to test it? Because the research is meant to test, hypotheses and all that. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, when you are building your life, there are many options that you can use. For instance, there is option for books, there is option for book chapters, there is option for newspaper articles, there is option for journal articles, there is option for reports, cases, what do you call it, generic, things that you can really classify under these mentioned categories. So when you see any particular work, it's a newspaper article, when you are building your library, you go to the options from the file, you will see the option which is trying to find out this entry that you're making, what type of entry? Is it a newspaper article? Is it a journal article? Is it a encyclopedia article? And if you can't find where you place it, you can categorize it as generic. Okay? Okay, that answers the first question. Your second question,
newspaper-based resources. How do you cite it? And then online-based resources too.
Okay, newspaper-based resources. Of course, you cite it the way you cite other documents that you have in your Mendeley life. There's no special way of citing it. Okay, so when you do your citation, you choose the type of citation you want to use. And even if it is a newspaper source, whether it is journal article, encyclopedia, once you choose the source, whether it is Chicago, whether it's APA, whether it's IEEE, whatever, you now cite it accordingly.
And online resources.
And again, I remember you asked at what point do you start making entries? Of course, the concepts in your write-up have to be defined, but you shouldn't lose focus that there's something that you are writing on. And when you are writing on a particular thing, you are trying to fill a gap. It is in filling that gap that your own ideas start coming up. Thank you.
Okay, Stella, okay, you can unmute now and ask your question. Go on, Stella. Stella, you are muted. Speak up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. My question is on this aspect of, I'm really grateful for this lecture, and but I want to find out the aspect of when you use written materials, not online journals now, maybe books or printed materials. How do you start using that into the Mendeley? Or you first of all use the Mendeley to upload the ones that are online and then start manually doing those ones when you want to build in your references? That's my question.
Your question is basically on building of library.
Yes, using the license of printed materials, not online journals or articles.
Okay. When you don't have the material online, you can build this using a manual method, whereby you click on file at the extreme left of your Mendeley desktop application, you see file. When you click on that file, you see add entry manually. So when you click there, it will now give you the option to fill out the bibliographic details of the material that you want to build into your library. So once you key in those information, at the point of citation, you can still use Mendeley to start that citation. Thank you.
Okay, Lotachuku, please unmute now. Lotachuku Obonni, unmute. Lotachuku, this is your second chance. Aha, you're there. Go ahead.
I tried unmuting the first time, it wasn't working.
Now you're there.
Yeah, I waited patiently. Thank you for the time. I appreciate. I believe I'm speaking the minds of others as well. My simple question is there any possibility that this application can be used by Android or iPhones? And that's on one. And number two, is it possible to also have this app on MacBook? Because from the examples or illustrations that we've had so far, it appears that we've seen it being used on the normal computer that everyone, like HP computers and the rest. So I'm asking for Android phones, iPhones, or MacBooks. Is there any possibility that this application can be used on these gadgets?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you are, I don't know at what point, but if you listen to the first question we took, the participants say that he was able to follow through with his Android phone. And that shows that it's possible that you can use your MacBook, your iPhone, your Android device to benefit from the Mendeley reference management.
Okay, thank you. Joseph Samuel, unmute. And we'll take your question. Joseph Samuel. I'm prompting you again to unmute. Joseph Samuel. Okay, you're there.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes. Please, my own question is a very straightforward question. I want to ask, can this Mendeley application be installed successfully on a cracked Microsoft Office without any issue?
Thank
you.
you.
Mendeley desktop application does not accept, it's very sensitive to cracked versions of Windows operating system. Prefers a genuine Windows operating system. So if you are trying to install it on a cracked Windows operating system, it will not work, will not function well.
Okay.
In fact, it will not function at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chukwudi Kinsley, please unmute. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Clearly, yes.
Okay. My question is just a simple request because your presentation is a detailed one. Particularly I appreciate the work, but then I am asking whether you can make the work available for us to easily access it so that it will enable us to further studies on that.
Yes, we will make it available on the institution's website. Here you can also see my contacts. Available in the library. Have any need for technical support, you can always feel free to come and see me. And I'll put you through.
Thank you. Yeah, Tuesday, Meshach Ikenwu. We're prompting you to unmute.
Good day, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Please, at times, articles of interest are behind a paywall, and we have access only to the abstract. And as such, we may not be able to download that article to add it to the Mendeley library. However, the information we find in the abstract, we find is sufficient for our purpose. Is there a way we can reference the article without downloading it? Not referencing the website now, but the article itself without downloading it using Mendeley?
Okay, I believe whenever you see an abstract online, what you will do is look for the bibliographic details of that particular material. And when you want to just cite from the abstract, get the bibliographic material, the bibliographic information of that particular material, put it into your Mendeley desktop application using the manual method. Then you can go ahead and cite that particular work.
Thank you. Melvina, I am sorry we may not be able to take you. Your microphone is not configured. So even if we give you a chance, we will not hear you. You don't have a microphone, so you don't have a voice. Sorry about that. We will take Cheta Audio for Cheta, I'm prompting you to unmute.
Yeah, good day, everyone.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your wonderful lecture. Yeah, most of my questions have been answered, but I want to know, please, when can we call you? At what convenience can we call you?
You can call me at any time. My two numbers are there, the one for WhatsApp and the one for voice call. Want to chat
Yeah, I
me up.
got them. Yeah,
If you want
I got
to
them.
call me, you can call me at any time.
Wow,
Office
thank you,
hours.
sir. Office hours.
Yes, within the office hours, not when he's in the other room. Finally, let us hear from Chukwu Nemeka, second time around. Chukwu Nemeka, you are smarter than this. Unmute. Okay. Oh, many hands are, we've said finally. Yes. Okay, let's listen to Sandra. Let's give it to a lady. Sandra, is it? Sandra prompted you to unmute. You have not unmuted. Okay, Chuku, sorry, you've lost your chance, and Sandra is not forthcoming. We plan to end.
Just praise and constant stuff.
We plan to end. Okay, Sandra, go ahead now. Sandra, go ahead. Sandra, is it?
Hello, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Okay. Core network. We plan to close this presentation in less than 5 minutes time. And so these hands are just coming up now when I say we are going. So at random, let's take Wallace. Wallace Igori, unmute. I just prompted you.
Yes, hello.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Yes, I joined the meeting very late because of some issues. But I want to get the phone numbers you talked about so I can talk to you. I don't know where the numbers are listed. Hello.
You see the numbers on slides that you're going to upload.
On the
slides. We're going to
okay.
upload the slides. There are the slides. You see them there.
It's okay.
Okay. Finally, Ude Peter Madoka unmute. Ude Peter Madoka, you've been struggling to raise your hand. Now mute and make your contribution. Okay. You lost the chance to Onyinye Blessing. Onyinye Blessing on mute. Anybody who is not able to unmute now will have nothing else to do than to move ahead. Yes, you repeat, I just succeeded and then you muted yourself again. So unmute. Good, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Welcome, go on.
Okay, my own is a request. Thank you so much. I've been blessed by today's presentation. I wanted to ask, is it possible for us to get, since the Zoom is recording the meeting, is it possible for us to get the meeting record from the morning section up till now? It will go a long way to help us.
Sorry, that's the property of the university. The much we can do is let you have the slides for presentation, which will be uploaded on the University of Nigeria website. The other one you're asking for is a sensitive material, and we can't release them. Thank you. So Onwuka Kelechi, that will be the last one. Onwuka Kelechi.
Okay, actually, good day. What I also wanted to ask was the question that was asked before concerning the material. I mean, if we participated, we should be able to have access where we can go through the material over and over from time to time, since it's a training program on research and ethics. So I think if there's a way for those of us that participated from time to time, we can always refresh our memory with the materials that we are given. Thank you.
Okay, Kelechi, this presentation is live on YouTube. It is live on YouTube. And I know that at the end of the presentation, YouTube will still save it somewhere. So you can go there, download and use. But for us to send it to you, we don't have the powers to. Thank you. All right, that's where we draw the curtain for today's presentations. And we thank you so very much for being part of it. We thank in a special way the resource persons. We have had 2 of them today, and they both came from the library. And in the morning, we had Scholastica, Dr. Scholastica Ukwonu. Ukwama, yeah, Dr. Scholastica Ukwama. And we just finished off with a presentation made by Dr. Emmanuel Ihekwaba. We thank you so very much for being part of this. Tomorrow is yet another day, and tomorrow we will have 2 sessions, morning and evening. Each session will have 3 parallel sessions presenting. In the morning, we will have, that's tomorrow being Thursday, 2nd of September 2021, the PhD candidates in Nsukka campus will occupy a session that will run from 9 to 12:30. That's the period for the morning session. from 9 o'clock to 12:30 for the PhD. Then Group A will comprise physical sciences and engineering. They too will occupy the same time space and within the same morning session. You all have the links, and if you check University of Nigeria website, I'm sure you get a lot of information to help you. Then the third parallel session we'll have tomorrow is the master students in Group B, biological sciences, pharmacy, and agriculture. All will run from 9 to 12:30 in the afternoon. And then for the afternoon session, we'll commence at 1 o'clock. We'll have master's degree students in Group C, which is made up of education, vocational and technical education faculties. And then Group D will be Faculty of Arts, Social Sciences, and Institute of African Studies. The entire afternoon session will run within the time span of 1 o'clock to 4:30. That will be for tomorrow. I thank you so very much. On behalf of the chair for the workshop committee, Professor Uchechukwu Okoro, I thank you, and I urge you to join us tomorrow when we start again at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, and good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, depending on where you're joining us from, since it is an online event and we are meeting in this space with the entire universe. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Bye.